Hello? Hi, friends. It's me, host Derek, host talking with those people. I'm living with losing every day. And we all have to live with losing, don't we? We do. We all have to live with what losers we really are. Unavoidably so. So why are you saying that, Eric? What are you trying to get at here? Well, it's just... I watched this movie last night. Called The Land of Steady Habits. Fantastic film. I finally realized what it was after talking about it for quite a bit of time. It made rather a big impact on me the first time I saw it. More so than most movies ever do, for sure. And I was telling Rachel about it, telling other people about it, but I could never remember what it was called, or even how to figure out what it was called. Finally, last night, I remembered that I did know one person who was in it. It was mostly people I didn't recognize or anything, but I did know one person who was in it, and that was the lady who played Carmela in The Sopranos. So I was able to look her up and then find the movie that way. So needless to say, I'm up excessively early. It's not even quite 4 a.m. yet. But the reason for that is because over the last 20, 30 hours or so, I probably slept close to 20 of them. So, obviously, I got my cycles with my amphetamines, and there comes a point where I just need to crash, That happened the night before last. Where I was just completely out of gas. There's nothing left. Went to bed at 8 p.m. Got up just late, 2 or 3 the next day. So I'm sort of readjusting myself to the waking world here. And I took a couple of Adderalls, took 3 of them this morning. And as such, I am waiting for the drugs to take effect, as they say. I would say it's probably fair to anticipate that they're not really going to work that great today. It's like you don't really recapture your dopamine reserves that quickly. It takes a good amount of sleep to regather yourself and then be ready to exploit the dopamine reserves with the Adderall again, basically. And of course, they recommend that if you're on it, that you take it every day forever. But that seems ridiculous to me. They just stop working. So, I guess I'll pull a bong rip. We went to the weed store yesterday, got some Skywalker, which is nice. They don't always have Skywalker. When they do, I tend to pick it up because it's among their better weeds at the Weed Mart. Big yawns for little Eric. So I want to talk a little bit about the smoke around Southern California. Yesterday it broke for a while. Like, I don't know if the wind shifted or whatever, but we had the stretch of time where we weren't inundated with smoke and bad air quality. And it really kind of drove home the point that the air quality's been bugging me. It's like, reminds me of when I was a kid and we used to have a lot of smog alerts. You know, it kind of gives you a headache after a while. Your chest hurts. I mean, people might say, well, Eric, you smoke so much. Why does the smoke bother you? Well, I don't smoke forest fire smoke, you know. Morning lung. Morning lung is the worst. It's just like like you want to pull some hearty bong rips first thing in the morning. Your lungs just aren't cooperating. Like, come on, morning lung. Am I following the election, the United States election? I expect Trump will win. I mean, I hope he does. Which is a weird thing to say. I mean, I hate Trump, but he's better than a dementia patient. Right? I mean, it's not like he's running against a person. He's running against, Joe Biden has dementia. It's like, it's really obvious to anybody who's had a family member with dementia that Biden has dementia. So, I mean, obviously, no sane person can vote for somebody with dementia to be president. Which means you got to end up hoping Trump wins. And certainly I don't want Kamala Harris standing in for the president. So, you know, That's what I thought about that. If Biden agrees to go on a 4-hour debate on the Joe Rogan podcast, that would be the biggest disaster of 2020 so far. I mean, they're going to have to keep him away from any public chances to really dig into the guy and see what he's all about, because it's going to just reveal he's got dementia. I'm surprised that that's just not sort of the general narrative about him. Everyone's like, well, I don't know. The simple answer about it is he has dementia. So it's like, it's not like, oh, you're supporting Trump for. No, there isn't any other alternative. Right now, we might as well have one candidate for president. Yeah, exactly. The Democrats are trying to sneak Kamala Harris in there. And if she were running for president, I still wouldn't vote for her, but at least there would be a possibility that I would go, she's the lesser of two evils. Doubtful, but possible. But since she's not even running, she's just pretending to be a vice presidential candidate or something. Fuck those people. Riots will spike again if Trump wins. The riots are spiking for one simple reason. COVID. It's still a problem. It's still people's lives have been disrupted. All this other shit is just symptomatic of the world's a fucking mess right now. It's an absolute fucking mess. When I try to think about it, I shake my head. Like watching the basketball, I watched the game of the basketball playoffs the other night, and all of their jerseys say on the back when Black Lives Matter. It's like, boy, the world's a fucking mess right now. It's like, hey, let's get everything wrong. Let's get absolutely everything wrong. Silly OJ. Yeah, that's my point. I would say I agree with that, Lubomir. It's, you get a lot of people without anything to do. All of a sudden, they find something to do. Something to be mad about, something to totalize. And, that's the bottom line, is we see any kind of these totalizing narratives, and they always end up in bullshit. Because if you have one particular predominant, dogmatic worldview that drives everything, then it justifies anything, Living with losing. That's what the title of this video is. Right now the whole world is losing. But what I meant more specifically is, I think that for the people who turn into hate monkeys or spite monkeys or whatever, that the bottom line is they can't stand losing. You've got to be able to live with losing in life. Certainly I lose sometimes. I was thinking about in bed before I got up. This fight I had with this guy at 7-Eleven at the beginning of COVID about masks and stuff, and I lost that battle. I lost my temper. I lost the battle completely. It was a stinging loss. Or who's still together? Who's they? Me and Rachel? Yeah, we're still together. We're great. We've been together for over a year now. But that's not an area where I'm losing in life, unfortunately. For once. I spent my whole life losing at relationships. But I'm in a perfect relationship now, and happy as a clam. It was, in case you haven't been around in a while, where I'll fill you in on what happened. So, as you may or may not recall, Rachel has some mental health issues, and they weren't being treated properly. She wasn't being treated with the right cocktail of drugs. So we hired a private psychiatrist, and he got her on the right cocktail of drugs, and it was like a light switch. All of a sudden, she went from being treated to being treated. It's like she went from managing a mental health issue to being resolved completely. It's like dormant. And ever since then, we haven't even had the slightest spat. It's been magnificent. So, yeah, things are great. The world lost when Trump was elected. Exactly. Of course it did. I mean, the world was guaranteed to lose in that election because it was going to get either Trump or Hillary, neither of which were remotely qualified to be president. So, I mean, it's more correct to say the world lost when two things colluded, incidentally, to deny the American people a real choice. One of them was the Republicans being unable to field any kind of primary candidate that could compete against Trump. And two was when Hillary stole the primaries on the Democratic side. It should have been Bernie. Now that would have been even worse. Bernie would have been worse than Hillary probably, or Trump, but maybe not. I mean, Bernie would have been so utterly weak. Bernie was the weakest man running for president by far. The weakness emanated and oozed from him out of every pore. He was weak, weak, weak. It's like Obama hid his weakness, at least, until he got to be president, and then you saw how weak he was. He will never get weakness from me. Not like that. No fucking way. Like, these people get pushed around, Bernie gets pushed around. Why is Trump... What is one of Trump's redeeming qualities? Trump does not get pushed around. That's one of his redeeming qualities. I can't accuse him of being weak, Trump's terrible, but he's not weak. Bernie was incredibly weak as a human being. And Hillary's not weak, but she's incredibly awful. Biden's weak. Biden was weak even when he didn't have dementia. Obama basically took his ball and went home. It's like, you people aren't going to be reasonable. Fuck off. Well, that's not good enough for president. Obama. Weak ass motherfucker. That's just not good enough. Oh, these people are being unreasonable and I'm reasonable, so I'm just going to pack it in. I already got my stupid ass backwards economy ruining healthcare bill passed, so whoop-de-doo. Guess I'm done. Why would you want to challenge Blue Nowhere to name the positive things Trump has done during his presidency? I mean, I have trouble coming up with a lot of positive things he's done. I would say that I mean, I've agreed with him on some things. I'm having trouble coming up with one at the moment. Yeah, I actually thought he did a remarkably effective job of dealing with Iran, of all things. You know? Like, the thing is, I did not approve. I did not approve of him assassinating that Iranian general, but it played out. It played out interestingly, you know. He kind of like won that battle in the sense that he got to punish Iran and not incur any consequences for it of sorts, really, you know. He was right about COVID, but it goes to show you what I always say, which is it is much more important to be right for the right reason than it is to be right. In fact, being right can be a terrible thing if you're right for the wrong reason, because then you end up being opposed. You know, you're on the other side of the truth at that point. Should everybody have dismissed this COVID nonsense right out the gate? Yeah, absolutely. But if the reason is because Trump has a hunch, then no, obviously not. We shouldn't ignore it, you know? If the most powerful voice that's saying COVID stuff is bullshit, if the most powerful voice that's arguing in favor of that is justifying that argument with the rationalization that he has a hunch, then obviously most people are going to be like, well, that's not a good reason. I wouldn't give Trump too much credit for any international peace stuff, or any international politics stuff at all, really. To the extent that the international stuff has improved, it's probably been maybe a little bit like, well, we both hate Trump so much, so let's work together. There might be a little bit of that, but I wouldn't hardly credit Trump for that. And certainly he's not shown any sort of statesmanship, you know. Statesmanship is a bit of a lost art, I suspect, but I'd like to bring it down. He didn't shut down anything. Yeah, but I mean, that's the problem with Lubomir Katz is that because he's an ESFP, whatever certain thing you might agree with, you cannot ever generalize from there any principle. So it's like, I remember one time he was arguing on the correct side of something, and his justification was, we can't support that thing because it doesn't have a limiting principle. And it's like, you fucking fuck. he was right in that instance, that the reason we should oppose that thing is because it didn't have a limiting principle. But to make that argument means you should concede that a limiting principle is important. Not just as words you say when you feel like opposing something for actually no reason. You're supposed to actually be limited by principles then. Of course, he doesn't give a fuck about limiting principles. No, he's an ESFP all the way. He's as ESFP as they get. It's an absolute nightmare. You know, it's like, and it's not about, you know, it's like, it's not about arguing, it's about meaning things. It's like I saw a Trump ad. Okay, here's one thing that Trump did that was good, is he pardoned a bunch of people. He pardoned a bunch of people that deserved to be pardoned. You know, people who are in jail for nonviolent drug offenses and stuff. But did that make him good on the issue in general in some sense? No. It's like you can be right in the particulars even when they contradict his general position on things, and vice versa. It's infuriating. It's illogical. It's irrational. It's childlike in the worst possible way for the President of the United States. Like having a fucking toddler running the country. I mean, ESFPs are just, whatever you have to say about them, whatever they may bring to the table, whatever else they may bring to the table, they should never, ever, ever have any leadership position over anything in any way ever for the history of the world. They are followers. They need to follow people who can think. Oh, of course, Alan. You know, all things go to shit once something's been securitized. As soon as you start using the logic of war with a civil public policy like COVID, and that's what we have is a logic of war, all other laws, regulations, and everything else go out the fucking window because all of a sudden, existential threat, you know. Yes, they can lead in battle. Yes, Evelyn, they can. I stand corrected. In fact, let's put them all right there on the front lines. It's exactly where they belong. My mistake. I so stand corrected. They're exactly the ones we need to lead. We just lead them straight into battle. You know what? You know what we need to do? We need to fight a volcano full of magma. And they can just go charging straight into battle. And we'll all have a wonderful time cheering them on. Fucking ESFPs. I don't hate them, really. I really don't. It's just that the thing is, it's like, you know, they've got, if misplaced in the world, they can do a shit ton of damage, right? It's like you put them in the wrong role. Oh my God. Trump didn't even want to be president, I don't think. I honestly don't think he wanted to be president. I think he just wanted to run for president. I don't think he thought he was going to win. And then, once he got to be president, he's like, well, you know, hey, looky here. My total lack of reasoning is working just as well as always. Fucking ESFPs, I tell you. They are a piece of the work. I do not hate them. I think that it's like, I can't imagine life, this channel, talking with bad people or YouTube or whatever, without their craziness. It would be so much more pale. It would be like a black and white movie in some sense. Edgy nerd talking pseudoscience. Yeah, well, I guess I don't really talk about a lot of pseudoscience, I wouldn't say. I wouldn't call cognitive functions a pseudoscience. I call it more philosophy. MBTI might be pseudoscience, sure. I mean, I guess if it positions itself as science, to be pseudoscience, you have to position yourself as science, right? And this is a sort of general point in the it's like, okay, so in the general zeitgeist, if you'll excuse me for using that word, I think the meaning of the word science is very much in the middle of the battlefield, and a matter of much not necessarily explicit discussion. So, cognitive function is an example of talking really about what science means in some sense. And there's a lot of people who are clinging to a deprecated notion of science that says we can we can know for sure with empirics even things that don't reduce well to snapshots. And that's really the issue here. Is it's like, look at psychology and what it's doing with personality. It's attempting to reduce personality to measurable attributes that people can display or manifest in some sense. But of course, that doesn't answer the fundamental question about personality, which is, why are some people similar to each other and very dissimilar to others, and vice versa, It says, well, they're similar and dissimilar in these ways. Okay, well, we can certainly group the ways in which they're similar and dissimilar in those groupings. What do those things tell us? It's like, what are the relationship between openness and agreeableness? Is there any relationship between them? Do they correlate? And if so, why? Is there a relationship between neuroticism and openness? Are they inversely proportional? If so, why? Is it just definitional? Well, you've defined your attributes pretty broadly here. You've got a lot of different components in them. So that's going to be difficult to argue that it's definitionally so. Besides which, it doesn't ever get to the question of why. And of course, it's the only question that matters. If you're not answering the question of why, then you're simply telling people, you are this way, because you are this way, and also, you've got a lot of undesirable traits, and some desirable ones. Don't worry about it, pretty much nobody gets all desirable traits. Well, what a fucked up way to approach personality, right? It's like, there's an ideal that people never really quite meet, but we can see how close you are to it by testing you by this 5-trait thing. After all, I would say each of those terms has basically a normative status associated with it. Openness is good, agreeableness is good, neuroticism is bad, conscientiousness is good, and what's the other one? Openness, conscientiousness. Oh, extroversion. Extroversion is not really necessarily doesn't necessarily have a normative status associated with it. I mean, I guess that one doesn't really, but the other ones do. Another person Trump was in one of his past lives was Gulliver. The Democrats was a Lilliputian trying to tie him down. I mean, it's like, imagine if Cloud came, instead of coming around here and getting, provocatively engaging people and also getting slapped around quite a bit, instead of that, he came here and people supported him and agreed with him and tried to help him become this guru who knew everything already and needed to teach everybody everything. And that's what happened with Trump. It's like people have affirmed him despite his failures. In other words, he doesn't know he's losing. Linking back to the topic. Science is using the five senses to come to observable, testable, and repeatable conclusions. Okay, well then, I mean, the thing about that, the challenge with understanding science then lies in what comprises a conclusion and how that conclusion is phrased. So science has to deal with language, basically, is what you're saying. That science is about defending words with empirics. And so this is the interesting thing, right? So Blue Note Word gives a great definition of science here. Science is using the five senses to come to observable, testable, and repeatable conclusions. Note that there's nothing in there about words, specifically. Nothing explicit about words. And one would almost think that it's not about words, that it's about quite the opposite, that it's about observing, testing, repeating conclusions, But of course, it's entirely about words. It's saying, science says we would like to relate to express statements in the following fashion, that we'd like to prioritize the following kinds of justification over other kinds of justification for assigning the status true to a given statement. Hey Eric, you said you? I did? Okay. What does that mean? Oh, I said I will review something, and I didn't review it. Okay. Shoot me a link or something again. What am I supposed to review? And the idea that there be a sixth sense as well. Okay, I'll check my email. Alright. I'm at the end of a cycle, Lynn L, which means I've got today on Adderall, maybe tomorrow. Let me see how many pills I got left. So I'll try to squeeze this in before I run out of speed. Thank you for reminding me. I do want to follow through when I say I'm going to do stuff, and I'm not very good at that, so I appreciate you reminding me. So I want to talk about this sixth sense thing. There is intuition, It's the metaphysical sense in some regard, and it's not one that science does a very good job of understanding, because it links too much to the fact that you can't truly understand without factoring in the observer. And we can talk as though there were no observer. All the time we do. If I say the cat is sleeping on the chair over there, I'm not saying I see a cat sleeping on a chair over there. Okay, so I've got a bit of a problem here. It's kind of a big problem. Can you guess what it is? It's a reoccurring problem. Well, what makes it pseudoscientific? I mean, doesn't it have to pretend to be science to be pseudoscientific? You're right, Lubomir. You guessed correctly. I am out of cigarettes. A heavy pall falls upon the room. Oh no. Oh God, Eric's out of cigarettes. Everybody panic now. Everybody freak out right now. If you're not totally freaking out, what's wrong with you? So I think what I'm going to do here in a little bit is put on some music to play while I go get more cigarettes rather than end the stream and start a new one. Those of you who wish to chat among yourselves may do so, or sit in silence if you prefer, of course. I also kind of have to poo. It's coming on here. I can feel it gathering some poo momentum, or poomentum as it's known in science. Science is the word for everything. Science would explain that poomentum is endogenous to my poo system. Goodbye, Lubomir. Farewell. Hey, I want you to have a real nice weekend as well, okay? Go out there and you just have a good time. Go out there and smell the fresh air, you know? It's me, I'm Lubomir, I'm here. Alright? You just stride out into that world with pride, glory, majesty, honor, and nobility. Yeah, thank you for bringing me back to the topic, Ellen. Living with losing is the topic here because, you know, sometimes I think about the various hate monkeys who come around and shit on me for various reasons. And I think one of the unifying qualities among those people is that they can't take a loss and live with it. And they want to continue to fight a battle until they win it. You know, I'm not going to accept your framing that the battle's over. Well, you know, sometimes you gotta, to make progress in life, you gotta chop off events and say, this event is done. Alan, it makes me sad that you have a marriage that requires you to manage it in this fashion. Like, it doesn't sound to me like you have a terrible marriage, but it sounds like you have a marriage in which you've maybe not always felt treated fairly, and that's important. You know, it's really important to INFJs that they feel as though they're being treated fairly. It's such an easy need to meet too. You know, that's the thing that's got to be very frustrating for an INFJ, especially if he's with an ENTP, is that it's very easy for the ENTP to meet that need. But the ENTP has to have some self-awareness, you know? It's like, at some point, every ENTP has to learn that they got to use words for reasons other than the most native way of using them. It's like entities at some point in their life have to start learning to do the ideational work for the other party. In other words, own their own skills. Like, alright, I can do this way better than anybody else, so I need to stop abusing that ability. I need to start doing their work for them if I care about them at all. Now, if I don't care about them at all, that doesn't matter. But if I do care about them at all, I need to police myself. Nobody else is going to police me. You know, it's like nobody else is going to be able to outword me. So if I don't police myself, I'm just a fucking monster. You know? I'm just a monster on the loose, trying to never lose, and mostly successful at it, and somehow thinking that validates something, you know? So it takes cool hair, first of all, to be a successful ENTP. And this is some pretty cool hair. You know, you gotta get to really stick up like a crazy mad scientist. It's looking pretty good. Oh, my kitty is so adorable. Every time I look at my kitty, I just want to melt into a puddle of goo. She's so adorable. I feel such love in my heart. I'm feeling emotions. That's what emotions feel like, you know? CJ knows. CJ sits and hangs around with emotions all the time. He's an ENFP. I'm sorry I talk so much shit about ENFPs, by the way, CJ. I don't really mean it. Sometimes ENFPs piss me off. I don't mean to be all mean. I'm sorry ESFPs too, but not nearly as sorry towards ESFPs because they're just fucking unbearable. But I like ENFPs in general. Just sometimes they do things that piss me off. You know, like Fiona Apple. She's got great genius within her, right? But and her new album is just throw it right in the trash. It's all NE, there's no NI to it. It's all NEFI. It's like, Fiona Apple, come on. I love Fiona Apple's good stuff, right? It's what makes me so mad at her for her failure to understand the limitations of NE. You know, like, she's got some amazing tracks. You were losing your new game, so you came here? Well, good. We're living with losing today. We all lose. That's the thing. I lose all the time. And, yeah, well, and that's the... So, yeah, we all lose a lot. And, I just think she could do a lot better. A lot better. If she just let herself write songs instead of having to be so non-conventional all the time. But I want to talk about that praise thing in a second. I'll have to postpone it. So here's the thing. Um, ENTPs do need a lot of affirmation of who they are. But it's also true that that need can be met. So what I mean by that is when you're dealing with an ENTP who has been fully affirmed, you're dealing with a different sort of creature. I was way different in certain ways before the YouTube channel. Once I started the YouTube channel and I started getting a lot of affirmation from people publicly, it kind of changed who I was. It was like I could actually believe things I would say about myself. So, but when I didn't really believe I had any great value inherently, or when I didn't really believe that my purported insights were insightful, my correct analyses were actually correct, when I didn't really believe that, I fought to insist that that was the case more vociferously, perhaps. Now, it doesn't change the fact that I'm interested in talking about what's correct and what's not correct and stuff like that. But it's very difficult to shake my core anymore. So I have a sort of deep, abiding, and unshakable faith that I can know what aligns with the good, and that I'm not susceptible any longer to sustaining a wrong position. I can still be wrong, but I don't worry about persisting in wrongness because of confusion anymore, or because somebody has convinced me to take a given course that is ill-advised and I haven't really thought it through enough or something. It's like I've got sufficient SI behind me now that I don't worry about I have like I said, I have an unshakable core that I didn't used to have. And what that means is basically I'm full. My heart's full, so I don't have to worry about it at all. It's like I'm not hungry for acknowledgement, and I'm not hungry for love at all because I got my relationship locked in place now. And those are the two things that ENTP will hunger for without understanding how to deal with it. ENTP will hunger for acknowledgement and love, and that means they want good FE and they want a good relationship. Any relationship will do, as far as getting love goes, but only for so long until you just can't put up with it anymore. When you actually have the right relationship, you never have to think about it. It's fantastic. Well, right. This channel is perfect for me because I can get a lot of interaction with the intercatch. I need a lot of interaction. I get a lot of interaction. I need a lot of interaction that allows me to put a lot of information because, I'm an action type. And I need a lot of interaction that sort of gives me FE that's indirect. Namely, when people come and ask my opinion about something, they're giving me great FE. They're saying, you are someone who who I can ask questions of because I respect your level of knowledge or wisdom or something. And that's what every EHP wants to be. And you can see it when I debate them, right? Like if you watch that debate the other night with the one there wasn't a lot of yelling. At the end, when his FE cracks, you can see very clearly that what this person wants more than anything else is for the roles to switch, right? Like he's the one telling me, and I'm the one learning, and in the according FE statuses, and I'm basically the same way, you know. But the difference is I guess I'm older. I'm more aware now of that reality about myself, and I try to meta out of all my limitations, and I've been trying to for a long time. I think any EHP is capable of doing so, but there's got to be foremost a desire to embrace a more inclusive truth, you know? EHPs tend to like exclusive truths. Like, I'm right, you're wrong. Zero-sum truths. But that's not necessarily very friendly. Yeah, EHPs and INFJs make a great combo for battling the world and life. Of course, being with Rachel means that I don't seem to be having very many battles. You know, she's made my life so much more peaceful. I spend a lot more of my time enjoying watching movies and talking about them. I mean, she and I have great conversations about them, you know. I mean, it's done. It's odd. I can't really adequately express how much my life has improved because I started watching films. It's remarkable. It's like because being a putter of information means I'm least natively inclined towards receiving information, sitting back and not getting it. Getting it is natural to me. Like when I start doing debate cases or work with my debater, I'm constantly getting information from Google Scholar. Well, what can I find that will successfully argue position meow? Note that I'm not looking according to truth. In the process of finding arguments that will establish position meow meow meow, I learn what the truth is. It's like, okay, how much bullshit do I have to wade through to find a warrant? Is a clear indication of what turns out to be actually bullshit and what does not, you know? So I can hear that's huge. That is absolutely huge, okay? If somebody actually likes the same music as you do, and I mean, here's how you test that. Don't test this the wrong way, though, okay? It's not a good enough indicator to say, oh, do you like this? Yeah, I like this. Yeah, blah, blah. You've got to listen to some random songs together and figure out if you have the same response to them. That's the best test to see if you really have the same taste in music. Like, I can trust Rachel completely. Like, if I play some random song, that her opinion about it will be right, and even in some sense righter than mine right away. Like, I can sometimes take a little longer to know for sure whether a song is good or not. And sometimes she'll, like, there's this one song that she really liked, right? It's more like this. It's not so much that we're in disagreement about it. We'll both go like, yeah, good song or bad song or whatever. Or list worthy or not. is really the determining thing. But like, there's this song called "Can I Call You Tonight" by Dayglow, I think, and she was really into it right away. And it took me a little longer to realize, wow, this song really is good. It's better than I thought, you know. I knew right away it was good and good enough for the list. It was a cool song. I liked it, but it took me a while to understand just that it stood out more than I thought it did. She got that right away. So, you know, that's just because obviously I'm NI ignoring. I'm actually proud of my NI. It's highly developed for fifth slot, you know, because I've been intentionally valuing it since I learned from my friend Corey a long time ago that those melodies you come up with that sound familiar but you can't place them as anything specific, those are the ones you want to keep. Those are the ones that Fiona Apple throws away. And every other NE user who hasn't learned and intentionally applied this notion. You know, it's a simple notion, but it explains everything you need to know about music. Seriously, it does. It explains everything you need to know about music. Once you accept that general rule, then you're on the right path musically. When you accept that, okay, if I'm writing a song, and I come up with a melody line that goes over some chords or something, and it sounds familiar, like it's comfortable and familiar, but I can't identify it as anything specific that I've heard before, that's what you want to keep. You don't go, oh, that's too familiar, or that's too normal sounding. No, Blue Nowhere. That's a very sixth slot NI kind of statement to make. Absolutely not true. Aesthetics are as absolutely so as anything else, but like other holistic truths, they're non-reductive. So I can't prove to you that a given song is better than another song, but it is absolutely so, in the same sense that I can't prove to you that a hammer is a better tool to push a nail into a wall than a screwdriver, but it's absolutely so. That's true. Fortunately, goodness is not determined by consensus or agreement or anything like that. Aesthetic quality is independent of the observer, because aesthetic things that are made are entities. They're not really exactly just objects. They're entities. Well, humor is a tougher one, but even with humor, it's the case. And what we can tell is the things that are true and aesthetically good, that they are timeless. So nobody ever hears, listens to, or thinks about any Jessica Simpson song, even though for a while she was just as big as Britney Spears. But Britney songs, people know them and will still sing them. Why? Because Britney had good songs. Whether she wrote them or not doesn't matter, whatever. She had, it's like Toxic is a good song. Hit Me Baby One More Time is a good song. They're catchy. They're memorable. They stick. They have legs, staying power. There's no Jessica Simpson song that has anything of the sort. And that's why nobody ever hears those songs anymore. This is true for music throughout history. Well, look, and timing is important in some ways. So, I was talking about this last night with Rachel, actually. A couple of examples of things that were right on fucking point when they dropped, right? But you realize later that they're kind of archetypes of their time, and that you don't actually want to listen to them. For example, Odelay, the Beck album Odelay. When it came out, it was just like, okay, mind blown. This is absolutely genius. Everything about it is brilliant. But it's not something you're going to want to listen to. Why? Because it's too much of its time and too little timeless. Another example, Beastie Boys, Ill Communication. I tried, I put that on in the car yesterday. We listened to Sure Shot and got into the second song and I was like, oh, that's right, it's the Beastie Boys. I got tired of it pretty quick, It's not something I want to listen to. Now, that's the key thing. What do people still want to listen to because of the Beatles? People are never going to stop listening to the Beatles because their songs are entities that resonate universally and timelessly in a way that Beck songs or Beastie Boys songs don't. So I'm much more designed to succeed if I'm going to at the Beck Beastie Boys level, because that's any kind of success. But I'm totally that is unacceptable to me. That I will not succeed at that level. I refuse to. I want to succeed at a real level. I want to write timeless songs that exist and persist because of what and who they are and their undeniable resonance, you know? But when you set the bar that's that high for yourself, you certainly have to live with losing all the time. You know, I do. I have to live with losing all the time. I've yet to adequately blow my own mind. And I don't know if I ever will. You know? I mean, everything I make is an attempt to do so. Some of it is some of it lands a lot farther away from the bullseye than others, you know? But, Cloud, you are truly welcome. I believe that this is exactly sort of what I was saying, right? That when you can't when you can't live with losing, you become a problem, right? it's frustrating. Thank you, Raphael. I like it too. The horrible thing is, if I was going to I have to remake it from scratch. I don't have any of the files that I used when I made it. I lost all that shit, and so. I mean, the thing is, Alan Bryan says aesthetics follow another historical norm. Well, look, there's a lot of reasons why aesthetics pan out the way they do, one way or the other. But the bottom line is, there are timeless things and there are things that fall short. Fiona Apple has made a couple of timeless tracks. You know, that one where, what's it called? Well, good night, Octavia Silva. Raphael, see, that's the thing. It's an interesting question, because if in fact it's a particularly good song and it really works as a song, then I should be able to record it multiple ways and have it work in multiple ways even. But if it's a phenomenon of the tracking at that moment, then different question. You know, it's like it's a different result. There's some things it seems to me that, yeah, it might be hard to replicate that vibe. I don't know. But it's like, if you think about it, Raphael, a song like the other one you mentioned, the Jesus song, which is a waltz, I can play that on the guitar and it won't be that different an experience as listening to the track. Now, Type Police song is different, right? It would be difficult to imagine me playing that on the guitar and successfully, you know, pulling it off. Hi, Sean Ryan Barron. So yeah, living with losing is one of the prerequisites to being a healthy human being. I think is a good way to put it. When I encounter hate monkeys and spite monkeys, one quality they seem to share is an inability to take a loss and choose and incorporate that loss into their ontology in a good way. You know, it's like that's what it's required to take a loss, is to say, okay, I've got a set of narratives in place that say, by accepting this loss, I'm growing and or, you know, learning and or being honest, preferring truth over over personal interest or bias or something. Life is suffering is one of my favorite Jordan Petersonisms. Well, here's a Straussism for you. If you think life is suffering, you're doing it wrong. Ah, that was a nice bong rip by the bell ringer. Life is suffering. Like, why would you? How would? Who would? Why would? Who would say that? Why would anybody believe that? I mean, life incorporates a lot of different aspects to it. Why insist that life is suffering? I think the idea is that you accept it and transcend it as a result. Okay. How does accepting it result in transcending it? What does transcension of suffering look like? Okay, that's an example. Okay, I'll buy that. That's a good example. Raphael gives a good example of transcending suffering by accepting it. You could suffer pain in the gym to achieve your goal, and in the end, you get muscle, so you sort of have transcended that pain into a state of superiorness, in which, in the future, that level of effort won't be painful for you, right? Okay. Are hate monkeys and spite monkeys the type that dish it out but can't take it? Well, not necessarily. I think that they don't necessarily dish it out. So, like, I don't think, I don't feel like Becky ever really attacked me in any way, shape, or form until I called her out. So, in that sense, it wasn't like she was being spiteful or hateful until she was required to accept a loss. And at that point, rather than take a loss, she who's the man-child who's used to being taken care of by mommy and daddy? Jordan Peterson? Life is life, death is death, don't confuse them. Good advice, Torvis. That's very good advice, yeah. Nobody said it was easy being cheesy. True. Basically, every sacrifice is suffering a loss of some sort. I don't think that Jordan Peterson's a man-child that's used to being taken care of by mommy and daddy. At least I have no reason to think that. Do you have a reason to think that, Cloud? The thing is, most pain is not like the pain of working out. So, for physical stuff like that, for example, learning the guitar, and your fingers hurt at first, and then after a while they don't hurt, and you become better at it and stuff like that. But I think, emotional pain is certainly not something that you accept and transcend. something you lived through, and and then the other thing is the psychological motivation for saying such things, being a man-child. So you think being a man-child makes you say life is suffering? I mean, certainly a lot of people would say that the expression man-child applies to me, um, but I don't say life is suffering. What I said was, uh, if you say life is suffering, you're doing it wrong. Well, Cloud, it looks like it must be tough for you, being so far ahead of the curve. It must be difficult. I mean, it's like, if I were Cloud, I'd just constantly be like, God, these people are so slow. They just need to all just sit down, gather some chairs around, let me explain everything to them, and explain why, they all just need to grow up. I've got some things I'm going to tell them that'll show them that I am a lot smarter and more woke than they are. And thank you for the term, CJ. And yeah, get woke with Cloud. Hashtag get woke with Cloud. You have no opposition. It's opposite from tough. Oh, I see. So it's too easy. Well, that must be tough then, huh? It's got to be frustrating for you to not have any challenge. No? Not frustrating, though. Just par for the course. Do you wish you could find sometimes somebody who was good enough to step up and challenge you? Or are you just like, wow, it's just never going to happen? You have emotional pain because you can't step out of a conflict with someone. You resent them for that the moment you realize that you have the opportunity to get rid of that pain, which is you. I'm not sure what that means. But I do find that I have emotional pain. Well, there he is discussing the idea if you're interested in his actual words. Burn! Ouch! Can somebody get me some aloe, please? I'm not. I admit it, I'm not interested in his words. Shame on me. But I mean, like, think about, for example, when I have stomach cramps, as I do every couple of weeks, it seems, because my medication cycle seems to go along with also a constipation cycle. Like, once I go off of the meds, then I get constipated, and then I poop eventually after I've been constipated for a while. So the point is this: when my stomach hurts because I have to poop, and then I do poop eventually, and it doesn't hurt anymore. Have I transcended the pain due to acceptance of the pain? I don't think it has anything to do with that, right? It's like, it's not that I'm accepting the pain and therefore transcending it. It's that I've successfully pooped out what was hurting because I didn't accept the pain. I pooped instead to get rid of the pain. Well, Torvis, I like where you're going with that, Torvis Shepherd. How do I have armpit sweat already? I just put the shirt on. I guess it's the drugs. That's a good point, Raphael. I like what you're saying there. But I like what Torvis is saying too, which is there's this preconception that under all circumstances must endure suffering in order to grow. I mean, I think it's best understood as follows: that when one must suffer, one should maximize growth opportunity. in order, in part, to avoid equivalent suffering in the future. So I see growth as being both a way of maximizing the utility of suffering that does occur, and hopefully part of that growth being preventative of equivalent suffering in the future. Some suffering is unavoidable, like, but only somewhat. Like, for example, my dog's death caused me a great deal of suffering, and my loss of my cat, Kitty Meow, Dixie, caused me a great deal of suffering, and some other pet losses too. Well, now I'm a little bit more careful about getting a pet. I do have this one cat. I don't want to get another animal because I more seriously take and understand the responsibility of having a pet now. That you're not just having a pet, you're also limiting your capacity to do certain things. It's like if I want to travel around, I have to figure out what to do with this cat, whom I love so much too. It's like that's the other thing. This is you get very attached to your pets, and I feel a great deal of responsibility for her happiness. So I think he's more directing the idea at people who don't take responsibility for their actions and blame society. Oh, in terms of that life is suffering thing, well, right. So if in fact you are somebody who's complaining that you, I don't know, don't have it good enough or something, then I would guess that those energies are poorly directed. But by and large, everybody needs to complain sometimes anyway. I'm not a big fan of complaining. In fact, I'm quite, you would say, the opposite of a fan of complaining. But I also understand that sometimes you just need to sit there and kind of go like, this isn't fair, and I don't like it, and yeah, you just need to FI occasionally. And, it's like, that's life. We all need to FI occasionally. Wisdom alert, wisdom alert. Everybody read the wisdom from Cloud, please. He's given us the statements that we can rely on forevermore to be true and wise. We evolved from monkeys. We have no free will. We are automatons that just react to causality, and we call soul. What we call soul is just a total sum of biological processes and electrical impulses inside the body. Oh. Okay, so in other words, Cloud's a bot. We can ignore him. Hit Me Baby One More Time is a terrible song. See, it's subjective. No, it's not. It's not subjective. Look, there are songs, for example, that I don't like, that I nevertheless acknowledge are good songs, quote unquote. For example, Every Breath You Take. It's, even though I don't like it, I acknowledge that it's a good song, that it's a timeless song, that it succeeds aesthetically. It doesn't happen to rub me the right way, because I mean, it's a good song. I just don't like it. I don't know why I don't like it, but it's undeniably a good song. Let me think about other examples of songs that are undeniably good, but I don't like. So, and I don't just mean has mass appeal. I mean is timeless, sticks in your memory. The melody is an entity in and of itself, distinct and memorable, and filling a place in the universe of things, rather than something that's just disposable, derivative, unmemorable nonsense, Big difference. Let me think of another example that's a good song that I don't like. Well, it's also true that not everything that sticks in your mind is a good song. So, for example, there are jingles on commercials that stick in my mind that are not good. So it's true. It takes more than just the ability to stick in your head to make something good. Like um, there was this just horrible jingle that I would find myself singing occasionally. That used to be on TV for. It was so horrible that they ended up having a song contest to replace it, and they got an equally horrible one. It's ridiculous, but the, the song was something like, I can't even remember it now, but it was awful. So yeah, it's true. It requires more than just something sticking in your mind. I mean, you've got to have some sort of sense of. It's possible that it requires a certain amount of understanding of songs and songwriting to really grok with me on this. This isn't something I'm going to be able to logically defend. All right, so it's not the case that I can tell you you should agree with my position on aesthetics because it's irreducibly so. Um, I would point out that everybody who ever makes any music operates as though it were the case that there are better and worse decisions. In other words, they make choices trying to make their songs better with better choices rather than worse choices. Um, so it would appear that people agree that there is some standard of good and bad that they're applying, that they're working against, but they're not in agreement about what comprises that standard. Well, that's because those standards represent um, basically your intuition regarding uh, a grander and more certain truth that's also less articulable and irreducible. I mean, you'd call it subjective, but the thing to remember is this. What we're talking about is an object. It's external of us. So, if we're talking about White Christmas, the song White Christmas, first of all, there are two things we can say about it. We could say objective things about it, like it's in the key of Mia, or the chord progression goes 1, 4, 7, minor. We could say objective things about it like that. Music theory allows us to objectively describe it. In fact, it allows us to objectively write out the song as sheet music. Okay? Well, but hear what I'm saying. Okay? So no one disputes the fact that the thing we're all talking about is an object external to all of us. That if I'm talking about White Christmas, I'm not maybe talking about a different song. That we know what I'm talking about, right? It's not mushy at all. If I'm talking about justice, I'm talking about something that's kind of mushy. We're not sure what I'm talking about. If I'm talking about wisdom, same thing. We don't know what exactly I'm talking about. If I'm talking about White Christmas, I'm talking about something very specific, right? Now, note that it doesn't have a physical form that we're talking about, although there are multiple physical manifestations of it. Instead, it represents a durational musical entity that we know for the whole thing that it is, right? So, what do I mean then when I say it's absolutely or objectively good aesthetically or not? Well, what I mean is that, like anything else in life, people can measure qualities of things or attributes of things. Or so, for example, let's say Okay, but Alan Bryan, you have to understand about music theory first of all. Okay, the reason that we have what music theory is, it's a way in which I can write a song, render it into visual symbols, and have somebody else play it, and the same song that I sang over here will be sung over here. It's a recipe for a melody and rhythm thing. So it's not. There's no. But it doesn't matter, Alan. It doesn't matter. That is irrelevant to everything. um, so the thing is, when we're talking about these objects, we call songs or tracks or whatever, um, and we note that some of them persist through the years as being popular, and some of them get lost in the annals of history. We can ask why. And we can note that some people might be much better at predicting which of these things is going to be persistent as a good track and which of them is not. So, for example, you ask, if you could do a study where you ask somebody over the course of 10 years, a set of people, to listen to all the popular songs coming out and to indicate which ones they thought were, rank them on the grounds of horrible to timeless, So, so if you were to do that, you discover that some people are much, 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 much more accurate than others. Now, the thing is, when I say that something is objectively good or bad, no, I mean, I've said everybody predicts the future. Nobody foretells it. You cannot foretell the future because it hasn't happened yet. You can predict the future, and that's where probability comes from. So, Shisha, yeah, I think it's interesting. I think it's good that you Google, though, what people say. That's how we learn. Those test results would be dependent on their music tastes. No, they wouldn't. Blue Nowhere. For people those people who were like that, they would be persistently wrong. For people who were right, they would be able to tell you most correctly most of the time for any genre. And the reason is because they are actually measuring something, and it's called the aesthetic quality. Now, it's a holistic thing, so it's also the case that if you were to have somebody drive a bunch of different cars and have never let any of those cars exceed a certain speed limit, have them all go up to like 65 and then down, some people will be able to more accurately tell you, which was a bit more high performance cars than others. Now, it's not maybe you have specific metrics that you can use to measure performance, right? So it's much more reducible and much more easily seen as objective. Those same sort of qualities are not going to be able to be described very well or understood very well in aesthetics because we don't really have the language to meaningfully talk about what makes shit pop, So the fact is, I still maintain that aesthetic relativism is a less correct explanation of the universe and our experience of it and the reality of things than is aesthetic absolutism. However, I acknowledge that I can't win the argument. CJ, I think Cloud attempts to find various angles of provocation. He's of the mindset right now that around here there are there's a lot of like Christians or something, or that he's got a good chance of provoking with rhetoric that would make potentially a faith-based person mad. Um, but no, it's not, Alan. Absolutely not. It doesn't matter how much money you throw into Jessica Simpson, you can't make her shit timeless, right? You can only make it popular in the moment. Popular and pop is not the same thing. Okay, when I say what makes something pop, it's like there's shit that pops that doesn't have any production behind it at all. Take for example Michelle Shock's first album, which I used to listen to quite a bit when I had it and enjoyed it. Um, she recorded it on a Sony Walkman by a campfire, the whole thing, and it came out fantastic. She just had that moment of just killing it, you know. He's been like this ever before I started engaging. No, I mean, Lawnmower, but he used to try to provoke. This wasn't such an angle of popular provocation for him before. He would provoke about different things. Before he'd provoke about things that he thought would be provocative towards me, say, like, oh, Eric, you're not an ENTP, or cognitive function stuff. Right now he's on this kick because he sees the ability to provoke, as he sort of exhausts the sensitivity in a given spot as he tries to provoke in that spot, and then he'll shift and move on to another angle of provocation. Happy Feet is a stinking pile of dog shit. What is Happy Feet? I don't know what that is. I do know what Happy Feet refers to, and Steve Martin has a Happy Feet joke, but that's not one of my favorites of his. Okay, so it has animation. The script and dialogue all suggest the production was supposed to have been a conventional cartoon animated feature film. Penguin animated feature film. Happy Feet. Okay, cool. Email answer says Cloud uses NI to track common occurrence, and you dismiss his attention, Eric? What do you mean to track common occurrence? I don't dismiss his attention. I analyze it. Characters are constantly emoting and expressing relatively complex emotions. I think that's a little redundant. The specific style of animation used to produce the movie, while utterly dazzling to watch and look at. Why do you want to watch and look at it? Why not just look at it or just watch? Why do you want to emote and express complex emotions? Maybe just one of those. Is this a habit of yours, Torpus, to say everything two ways? Let me find a cigarette butt outside. I'm going to have to go get cigarettes pretty soon. Well, yeah, Blue Nowhere, that's the point I'm trying to make, though, is that aesthetics represent an objective better that is non-specific like that. And that makes them kind of unique in that regard. But there's no specific reason why Every Breath You Take is a good song. Or what makes it timeless, I can't give you any reason why that would be adequate. There's no specific reason why Mia is a great movie. It takes a lot of different factors coming together. Like, well, the movie we watched last night. I highly recommend it to everybody who lives. Although it may be that it particularly resonates with me for a variety of reasons, but it's called The Land of Steady Habits. The Land of Steady Habits. And it's got the lady who played Tony Soprano's wife in The Sopranos, and it is the only person I really recognized in it. But it's a very good film. I highly recommend it. I don't really know anything about it except It won some film festivals, so that tend to suggest it would be a indie film, I guess. But it's got its high production values. The Land of Steady Habits. Edie Falco, yes. So I recommend it strongly, highly to anybody. It's a movie I can't even begin to, and this is one of the things that I said to Rachel after we were done watching it last night was, how do you elevator pitch that movie? I don't know how to elevator pitch it. I don't know how to sum it up in a way that it's easy to describe. It's just a really well done movie, and it has a lot of, the thing is, the reason I wanted to see it again and show Rachel was because maybe more than just about any other movie I can think of, that movie, after I saw it the first time, it had multiple scenes that stuck with me that would come up and make me reference them in various circumstances. Now, the thing about that movie is, for me, I resonate with so many different characters in so many different ways in that movie. Like, there's a character the main character, I guess, is maybe 5 years older than me or something, and is doing an early retirement thing, has just left a marriage, and has a kid, a son who's like 21 or 27 actually, and his son has finished graduating from Northwestern, came back home and didn't really start doing anything. It's kind of like, okay, what are you gonna do here, son? You need to be mine. And anyway, it's hard to even talk about. So, it's like, well, one scene that I've talked about before it's a very short little scene and kind of weird that it made such a big impact on me at the time. Hey, lawnmower. It sounds like me too. It didn't go down quite like that for me. I ended up coming back and getting a job with the county and stuff, but it wasn't for lack of effort on my part to make it go down like that. I was such a slacker, but I ended up getting a job, substitute teaching, and whatever, the rest is history. I spent all the way until, like age 44 maybe, actually a little older than that, until like I was 48, 47, 46 I guess. So I was 46, working my ass off. But then it was like, wait a second, I got a break here. Oh, I'm back to, right. Now I remember. I don't want to fucking do that. So, anyway, the Anders, the main character, in one scene, is asked why he got divorced. And he's like, so, we did the remodel, right? After floors were put in, the new carpets, the new kitchen, the new bedrooms, the new meow. After all the money was spent, I was like, there. Are you happy? She's like, it's just one more thing. If we could just get a warming oven, because without that warming oven, if we just get the warming oven, everything would be perfect. And it's like, and I just freaked out. That resonated with me so much at the first time I saw it, because I had as my defining understanding of relationships, a failed marriage with an ESFJ and a failing relationship with an ISFJ. So that super resonated with me. This time watching the movie, it didn't resonate with me at all. It was just like, I'm glad I'm not that guy anymore. You want to talk about complainers? Boy, ESFJ, ISFJ, they are not easily satisfied people. It's like they don't want to be satisfied. They want to complain, you know? That's my experience. Candace wasn't really a complainer, but she was just a never satisfied her. Like, okay, now we're gonna, yeah, you're right now, yeah, just leave me the fuck alone, you know? I have no idea what you're talking about, Tori Ship, but I assume you're still talking about that movie. I know that you, Cloud, know that you don't believe that God doesn't exist, but rather that you know that God doesn't exist. So I'm just like, damn. Cloud, will you stop blowing my mind? I'm sick of it. I need my mind to remain unblown for 5 minutes, please. Please. Your wisdoms, your insights. It's like being feted with the fist of God. Let me go about my mortal ways without the disruptive booms of your godlike wisdoms. Living with losing. So yeah, I mean, the thing is, the issue of losing is also a typological issue. Because, obviously, in any Dom, like me, needs a more mistake-tolerant environment than an IDOM. I tend to work best by trial and error. If I'm going to write a book, I'm going to write a book that's twice as long as it needs to be and then cut it back down to proper length. Concision is a challenge for me, not expression. I can always say more. You know, there's that old saying, I'm sorry, this would have been shorter, but I didn't have enough time. That's got to have been made up by an NEDOM, right? Feeling the Adderall flow through me like pew, 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 pew. I am a strong, independent, smart, capable woman. I am. I am tired of this glass ceiling my head keeps bumping into. But being a strong, powerful, independent, proud, noble, wise, imperious woman, I will break through this crystal ceiling. Fists forward like Superwoman. I'll go up there, I'll menstruate all over everybody, and then I'll say, now, you sit here and you listen to me talk about my pending menopause. And then everyone will know the truth. Finally, the world will be proper. Can two ENTPs have a romantic relationship? I don't think that would work. I don't think in general it works for two of the same types. Because everybody, um, the nature of a configuration, of a stack configuration, it implies an expectation. So it's like, because I'm an NE-DOM, it means I'm expecting others to listen to me. Because Rachel's an NI-DOM, it means she's expecting to receive information, to not, rather than to have to get it or to put it. Well, I'm naturally putting a lot of information, whether you're trying to get it or not, and so it's good to have a receive person there. I have to remind myself, because the thing is, it's like there's a critique in the world that's fine, but inappropriate. Somebody might talk too much. Oh, they talk too much, and so in this relationship that I'm in, I obviously talk a lot more than Rachel does. When I say Rachel and I had a conversation, a lot of times it's basically me saying things to Rachel and her asking an occasional question and responding a little bit. Although there's plenty of times also when I'm silent, and in those instances, it's not as though Rachel is chatty. She tends to be on the silent side as well. If she wants conversation, she'll usually ask a couple of questions to get me talking, So the point is, I have to remind myself that even though there's a social critique for talking too much, and there's not a social critique for talking too little, really. I mean, yeah, shyness is sort of a negative thing, but don't Adderall, it's unfun, you doink. Are you talking to me? I take Adderall regularly. I mean, I take about half the time I'm on it. I take it 2 weeks a month or so. I find it works well for me. Good night to you, Torvis. So it's like, okay, it's easy for me to think I'm talking her ear off. I should give her more space to talk, right? And this is something that I've battled with in my life in general. And one of the interesting things that I've noted is that it is a mistake to assume that other people are like you, that other people want to be the center of attention, or they want to have more of the floor. And just as I like to talk a lot, I should give Rachel's receive function just as much sort of credit for being selfish as I give my own talk function. In other words, it's natural to perceive the one who's talking too much as the one being selfish, and the one who's listening too much as the one being selfless. But in reality, they're both what we want. It's like she doesn't want to be in a relationship in which she has to do something other than receive most of the time. Just as I don't want to be in a relationship where I have to do something other than put most of the time. It's what makes us so comfortable. It also keeps her feeling reassured and confident about the relationship because I'm steadily giving her the message that things are normal. There's nothing weird between us, or nothing's bad or wrong. If I'm just sort of chattering on in my normal way about, oh, you know what I just thought about was this interesting thing, blah, 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 then clearly there's nothing wrong with the relationship as far as she's concerned from reading me. Of course, INFJs don't think a lot about whether they think there's something wrong with the relationship, but I think Rachel thinks some about that, but what she always concludes is that there's nothing wrong with this relationship. It's fantastic, and she's extremely happy. That's all she ever tells me. I believe it. Why do you so strongly associate talking with NE? Well, it's not just with NE, it's putting information. So you see, Cloud's a big talker too. He talks a lot, and yet he's an SE-DOM. So it's not just NE that talks a lot, it's the inclination to put information. What kind of information you put, and whether or not that comprises talking, is going to have something to do with the context. If I were in sculpture making contest, I'd be putting information physically, but I'd still be using extroverted intuition to do it. Now, it's not a native way to use extroverted intuition, so it's kind of clumsy in that capacity. It wouldn't mean that I'd have a quality statue at the end of it, you know. But equivalently, I would have to also do the SE part. I'd have to actually affix the things to the thing and use either glue or whatever kind of welding thing I'm doing to attach shit or whatever, right? So the equivalent with Cloud, he's here, he talks a lot, but that's because he's in a context which requires him to put information in this way. And so, it's like, just as I would use my extroverted intuition, but be really about the extroverted sensing by making a sculpture in the sculpture contest, and because my extroverted sensing is not that good, my sculpture would come out crap. So too, Cloud comes here and ideates a lot, but he's really in an extroverted sensing frame, so he doesn't really care if people engage him with the ideas. He doesn't want to progress forward ideationally to better statuses for better meanings and stuff like that. He just wants to provoke. I mean, Rachel and I have about as good as a relationship as I think is possible, frankly. So, I mean, I think that's the important thing to remember, Tom Dickelson, is that SE and NE are both put functions. They both want to put information. In this context, putting information is talking. For an extroverted intuitor, this context is more comfortable than a sculpture building contest. But both would require both functions, extroverted sensing and extroverted intuition, to occur. So an extroverted intuitor is going to be very much at home in a circumstance that requires putting of information of the extroverted intuition sort and a foundational level extroverted sensing that doesn't require much attention. It's going to be the other way around for an extroverted sensor. I don't think anybody thinks you're not just having fun, Cloud. Nobody takes you too seriously, I don't think. I feel weird. I mean, the point is, if you get two putters, you're going to have a problem. If you get two judgers, deliberators, you're going to have a problem. Whatever type of deliberation they are. If you have a deliberation type, they need to be with an interface type, because at least then their functions are complementary like that. And I'm not quite sure what it is that makes deliberation complementary with interface in the same way that put is complementary with receive. But I'd imagine that there's some sort of symmetry there. So I haven't really thought about it before. Why does the girl walk away with two men who were at Ziegler's party at the end of the movie? What movie? I don't know what you're talking about. MBTI is only cognitive, which is admittedly is huge because it governs so much of everyone's free will. I haven't seen it, Monmore. I haven't seen it. Well, what are the other 3/4? I mean, look, the thing is, cognitive functions account for most, they account for all the ways that people pay attention consciously and unconsciously. or you might say willfully and intentionally, but non-willfully. So that doesn't explain, for example, why some people are more prone to being angry than others, or why some people, and it doesn't explain what Enneagram explains. And it seems like Enneagram makes explanations that are separate from, non-exclusive of, and independently so, without running into any conflicts with cognitive functions. But the thing is, I can't really logically defend Enneagram in the way that I can cognitive functions, because there's no mechanical relationship between things. You find what sad? Enneagram is part of life that cognitive functions doesn't explain. I mean, the thing is, explaining is fundamentally different from experience as well. So, cognitive function explains a lot, but it's not the same thing as experiencing those things. Like right now, I have to go poop. I could explain it as a phenomenon of SI, or I could explain it as just sort of a biological thing, but I'm aware that I have to poop, and I'm not super aware of how much I have to poop. Like, I also feel like kind of sick to my stomach. Yes, I know pooping is a physical function. Alright, I'm going to have an intermission here. I'm going to leave it rolling, but I'm going to put on some musical. Ugh. Okay. That's no good. God damn it. Just hold on, everybody. Just hold your horses. Everybody's yelling at me. Stop. Shh. Wait. God. Everybody just stop yelling at me for a second. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of your constant yelling at me. L. L is for losing. Losing my religion. What's up with the meow, 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 meow. People everywhere gather up in the meet outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Julie shares our land, serving to what she should. King Julie will do. Julie will do. Jerry shares 4 minutes. He just can't do things like they do. Julie always thought that she should have got to when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about soon and on, although she outrecalled. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they
pursuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck in such petty larceny. We all partition the victories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. 30,000 days, too many expectations, not even worth a damn. 30,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication, otherwise we won't escape the plan. I wasted half my days trying on another's way, but who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I'm tired of doing it wrong. Want direction and have all along. Wait until I know.
Until I know.
Or is that just hesitation? Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show,
What I need to show.
is it so below my station? I'm tired of doing it wrong. I wasted half my days trying on others' ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. Doing this wrong.
Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate blaming to blame things on Scott.
Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym, make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. For the years you've both been tested. Time to move up. Find higher ground.
Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate blaming
To blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym, make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course, when they too were present. Disciples all warily eyeing the lesson.
and everyone's work would be true. And feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. The one you thought you knew, acts like you never have met. The life you made for two, has faded into regret. Unshaken, we all have been shook, but being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. Though in the past you've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last, we just have to try. People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost.
Got a story about 10 years old. It's a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeff, turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids weaned. Weary now and questioning the path. Agency out, paces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 20 found bourbon fun, likewise Doug at 21, and so forth well up into middle age. What he once thought would set him free became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency out, paces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Everybody's panicked about the kids, lock them up with extra Dexedrine and mathematics to promote success, or to impose more unjust duress. Agency out, paces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression by parasites surviving while they feed their fear of dying. Yes, they feed upon the futures of the young.
Can you have sex?
Barry was kind of thinking, detectives in the parks. The Barry was kind of thinking, detectives Once there was a girl named Jenny Sue, a teenage girl a lot like you. She lived in Florida, played some softball prematurely, had her last call. The day was clear and the sky was blue, so you don't need to fear what killed Jenny Sue, cause she came to the plate and she swung the bat and everybody heard a great big crack. Thunder. Right, dark. When sight returned to their eyes, they could only see a pair of charcoal thighs. Jenny's mom was shocked, of course, and sad. In fact, her life seemed mostly bad. She had loved her kid and kept her safe, and then all at once the kid had met her fate. And Mom was outraged. Mom was mad. Mom sought help from her brother Brad.
Assembly swine, one named, eyes begin to shine.
Is someone to blame?
Very worst kind of thinking.
To lock me inside,
The very worst kind of thinking.
keeping me from danger.
Detectives in the
Struck
park.
by lightning on the Ranger.
Very worst kind of thinking. Detectives in the parks. The very worst kind of thinking.
Detective on pack.
Detectives in the parks.
You can do that.
God damn it, we were promised a plague. Bodies in the street. So we had to flatten the curve. Not overburden healthcare, sir. But you see, it's been underburdened. Gee, cause this COVID thing's been so exaggerated. We have been lied to, fooled, misguided, directed to the wrong side. Your cherry picking art is not gonna work. You don't know your stats, your data gathering methodologies are crap. Listen here, if you only test the sickest, what you think is gonna be the trick? Stupid and scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring. Stupid and scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring. Stupid and scared, scared and dumb. We swallow the gum. And stupid and scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring. Stupid and scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring. Out of rock, rock and roll, bring around those heavy chords. Show me how to be so hard. Took the 1984 out of rock. You are so hot, I don't know what I thought. Listening to that jazz and country shot. When I should know you go to the right man, gotta rock. After all your talk to the very rockin' it. Gotta rock, I roll. Roll your pancakes on my junk. Oh, rock your uncle up too much wine. Oh, rock those pancakes for your lunch. And oh, roll up in front of you in line. I'm the guy to rock. Like a rockin' block, a rockin' block. Separate the Lord to rock a lock. I know so few who do to rock. I know that you do not rock. So spot this rockin' every dock. After all your talk to the very rockin' it. Gotta rock, I roll all night. I rock all day. Forgive yourself.
lot of rock, a rockin' shock, a rockin' flock of rockin' blocks. I pray the Lord to rock a lot.
Just rock every direction. After all you're talking, the rockin' and gotta rock, gotta rock, gotta rock.
Too much noise in the data stream, loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made, until it seems separate bodies throwing shade. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that from tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. Well, there's a herd of cattle and a flock of birds. School of fishes, it's a spew of words. Campaign of battles, a collection of churns. 'Cause farmers milk chattel for a cup's worth of curds, and a lip flap of tattlers telling on burn for disrupting the arrangement of a blossom of ferns. Confers a shameful burden that burn deserves, or so say the tattlers telling on burn. Bats are colonial, bees are swarmy. A quiver's worth of cobra res is making me horny. Got a cat named Capio and a dog named Ferd. Cassiopeia is the name of my bird. There's no clouder for my cat. Ferd has no pack. Got no grip of badgers, 'cause badgers attack. And the same goes for weasels, which come in a sack. But my Cassie's in a murder and they're all in black. Nobody's coming alone today. Nobody's alone. All of the creatures gather up their crews. Gather their crews. You lions, your pride, exaltation, a doves, a downfall, a slides, and one pair of gloves. There's a pot of whales, bristle grace, sparks of nails, swap away, sniff the jades, frown of fails, canamace, town of jails, whole crash of rhinos, and a knot of toads. Porcupines form a prickle crowd in the roads, drive a drove of pigs, and yoke a team of oxen. Save a smack of jellyfish caught up in pots. Nobody's coming alone today. Nobody's alone. All of the creatures gather up their crews. Gather their crews. Everybody's gonna have a friend. Nobody's coming alone today. Nobody's alone. All of the creatures gather up their crews. Gather their crews. Nobody's coming alone today. Nobody's alone. All of the creatures gather up their crews. Gather their crews. I'd just been sad. I gave up long ago. Was sometimes mad, but bad was all I'd ever know. Since sad was all I'd been, I'd only mope and pout until I met a man named Ken who showed me how to whisper shout.
I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm
sometimes mad, but bad was all I'd ever known. Since sad was all I'd been, I'd only mope and pout until I met a man named Ken who showed me how to whisper shout.
I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich,
I'd just been sad, I gave up long ago.
I'm the greatest,
Was sometimes mad, but bad was all I'd ever known.
I'm the greatest,
Since sad was all I'd been, I'd only mope and pout
I'm the best.
till I met a man named Ken who showed me how to whisper shout.
I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best.
What's the matter with Chad?
Is he terribly bad?
Is he very like this?
Who's a terrible man?
Is he sort of like Jill?
Who can't pay her bill?
Or rather like Jack?
Just stuck on the facts.
And what about Sue?
Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Does she show ingenuity?
He talks about you
Whenever we go walking,
What's the matter with Bryn?
she's been living in sin.
She's been hanging with Jim.
He's looking terribly thin.
What's the deal with Frank?
Stealing fish from my tank.
He's colluding with you.
They're talking to Lou.
What's wrong with the ladies?
What's the matter with men?
From the feelings of Katie to the coldness of Sven. He talks about you
Whenever we go walking, paths that lead to lesser days,
paths that lead to lesser days.
still spill from the overwater
Till out
path.
over water path.
Whoever's left, that's still okay. Just add the sails to the mast,
Are you angry at Ken?
or Neville again.
Don't bother with Kev.
He's practically dead.
Just focus on Bert.
He's medium hurt.
What's a quandary for
Did
Liz?
she fail the quiz?
And what about Drew?
Will she know what to do if they bring her to? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you
Whenever we go walking,
paths that lead to lesser days,
paths that lead to lesser days.
still spill from the overwater
Still out
path.
the over water
And
path.
whoever's left, that's still okay. Just add the sails to the mast. Each of us have much and gravely sinned. Throw up the hands, stiffen the chin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again.
Time's gone, will never be again.
Well, Blue Nowhere, I try my best. You know, the thing is, I don't doubt that some of my music is cringy and amateurish. You know, like I said, like I've always said, for me, it's trial and error. You know, I would like the world to remember my successes and forget my failures, but that's not going to happen, I'm sure, you know. I can guarantee you this. I understand pretty accurately where and when my music is successful and where and when it's not. You know? And I also take some solace in the fact that you can evaluate songwriting independently of production as well. So I feel quite confident that I'm a better songwriter than just about anybody I encounter, including music that I'm really fond of listening to, even. You know, so I was listening to Cake the other day, and their songwriting's hit and miss. You know, their production's great, but their songwriting depends. So you know, it's like, and this is part of what I'm talking about, living with losing. All right. So I come back from my errand that I had to run to get cigarettes, and I also pooped. And I look at the chat, and Blue Nowhere's hating on my shit, and again, interestingly, hating on Rachel in the process. So I don't know what's up with Blue Nowhere and Rachel. Like, there's some sort of thing that Blue Nowhere has got going on here. I'm not sure what it is, but so anyway, that's part of what I mean by living with losing. Obviously, nobody who's put as much time and energy and heart and soul into their music wants to hear that, you know, it's amateurish and cringy. But also, it's one of the advantages of being FI Polar is I know that some of it is that, for sure. And it's interesting, though. For everybody who hates my music, they seem to have a song that they think is an exception, which is interesting. But you know, in some sense, I just realized it's a win too that Blue Nowhere knows my music enough to have such strong opinions about it is gratifying in some sense. Okay, you weren't hating on me. You were hating on Rachel, for sure. There's no doubt about that. You're just expressing your honest, wrong opinion about my music. And sometimes it's right, you know. The thing is, you have very strong feelings that about a lot of things, and that's fine. I do Stacy's Mom better than the original. Thanks. I like Stacy's Mom. I mean, that's an example of a great song, you know. It's a song that stands the test of time. Why? Because it's good songwriting. And that's one of the areas that's really critical to me, to my understanding my own value as against the reality of other people not liking my shit. So like, I have to face Blue Nowhere. Listen, just to make this really clear, you are the tip of an iceberg of people who very strongly have informed me many times in my life that what I'm making is not of value, that I'm wasting my time, that it is not good, that they don't like it, it makes them cringe, etc. You know, I've responded to it now the same way I always have, which is, to the extent that they are correct, I want to fix that. Okay, well, see, you're wrong about that. Okay, you are wrong about that. It doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong about my music. That's the point. You might be right about my music, in which case I need to listen to you and fix things, right? So that is not the whole point at all. The whole point is you have very strong feelings about it. In your own mind, it's not subjective at all, right? In your own mind, it's clear to you. This music is meow, right? So it's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Blue Nowhere has a general opinion about my music that is negative. I would guess that there's it's based on the fact that, you know, there are certain things that she dislikes a lot, and that those songs are what she's considered to be what she thinks about me and my music. Email Anthrax says, I can pick out maybe 4 good Eric songs, songs I enjoy, should take consensus. I mean, I already know what plays well in general. The thing that's interesting is this. If I were to if we were to get all these people who are purportedly great artists and stuff together, musical artists, and we were to have them sit in front of everybody and each play a couple songs on the guitar, just themselves on the guitar or piano, whatever instrument they play, then you can really evaluate people against each other because you're seeing the thing in its raw form. You can evaluate the songs against each other because you've seen them in the wrong form. Okay, Blue Nowhere, my bad. Hey, I thought you were a chick. My bad. It wasn't intended to diss you or anything. I don't know why I thought you were a chick. For some reason I did. Define fate and destiny. Are we all subject to the limitations set into place by each? What are the limitations which are set upon us and many able to grasp, except the grasp of the ones? Also, what difference is there between the two, if any? I would say fate is most correctly used when speaking in the past tense. Alas, that was not to be their fate. Destiny refers to a person's manifesting what is most consistent with the slabs indications. So it's quite possible for a person to fail to manifest their destiny, in which case they were not fated to have done so. And but until they have failed to manifest it, their fate is unknown. Destiny is necessarily something that's not certain, whereas fate is something that is certain. And that's why it's best talked about in the past tense. If you say you are fated to meow in the future, you are using the word wrong because the future hasn't happened yet, so you can't be fated to do anything. But you can be destined to do things. So, for example, I believe I'm destined to be president. Will I fulfill my destiny? That remains to be seen. It's odd. It's like I feel more clearly as though I'm destined to be president than that I'm destined to succeed musically. But fate may go against that destiny. Who knows? You know, it's hard to say. The slabs seem to have been pushing me towards the presidency for a long time now, and they seem to be very, very clear on their opinion about that. The thing is, I want to go back briefly to Blue Nowhere's point. Blue Nowhere is obviously right to some extent that there's something inadequate about my music because it doesn't succeed adequately on its own merits. In other words, it has a chance to hit some ears, and that doesn't go anywhere. So, on some ground, it's inadequate, you know. If it were fully successful, it would succeed despite, regardless of any sort of structural difficulties in getting itself noticed. If it were all the way perfectly right, a given track will simply rise to the top, I guess, you know. Well, what's my take on it? I told you. Oh, you're asking Lawnmower. Hey, 3DR Nomad, I'm glad you're here. I want to send you that stuff and have you take a shot at mixing it. I was like really tired when we were talking about it before. So, what did we decide, or how am I'm gonna upload it to Google Drive and then share it with you if you shoot me your email address or something. And do you use Audacity? Should I send you the AUP or not bother? Just send you the tracks. Why can't you be less ambitious, Eric? It's because of my own personal history, frankly. It's not so much that I'm ambitious as, you know, my dad, as I've said before, he has a philosophy PhD, and he taught political science, and okay, cool. He engaged me a lot politically, but specifically about constitutional law, about the federal government. it's like we didn't have a lot of talk about state government and stuff. I am a patriot of the United States of America, and I understand that to mean certain things. What I see is the pride that my father had in the checks and balances implicit to a citizen democracy, and in the civility implicit to a citizen democracy, well done, has fallen by the wayside, or we've lost our way regarding those things. We have lost our way regarding the citizen democracy. And we have most lost our way at the federal level, because if we understand things properly in this constitutional democracy, then we understand the states as the incubation centers of legislative hubris, whereas the federal government is the constrainer. It's where I'm meant to be. It's where I really have a chance, frankly. The odd thing is, as we can see, the presidency, anybody can win it. Trump won it. People come out of nowhere and win it all the time. It's not like before they win the presidency they necessarily were vice president before or something. Are fates and destinies always positive? Do we have multiple or just one of each as single continuous streams? Also, I'm not sure you stated what limitations they set upon us. Fates certainly are not always positive. I would suspect that destinies the answer is destinies are always positive, but it's not it's possible that it might not be understandable why it's positive now. As far as what limitations they place upon us, I think they place more requirements than limitations. So in other words, if I'm going to meet my destiny, I have to step up. I have to overcome some implicit limitations in myself in order to do that. So I don't think it really burdens me so much as it asks of me. And it requires somebody with the right amount of both faith, pragmatism, it requires a lot of things to go together for people to fulfill their maximal destiny. Blue Nowhere says, my truth is my truth, your truth is your truth, hence there's not many objective truths outside the realm of science, even science. Okay, well, again, Blue Nowhere, truths are not universally validatable. So in other words, unlike validity, truth is situational. It's absolute, but relative to the situation. So, in other words, we might agree on a given truth, and then for the sake of that argument, that truth would be considered true absolutely, but it's conditional on our agreement or something else like that. Okay? So, the thing to remember is, when you're talking about objective truths, that there is a spectrum of different ways in which we validate something as true, and some kinds of statements are a lot easier to validate as true, or a lot easier to reach agreement about the truth of, than other kinds of statements. So if you approach this question without analyzing it sort of linguistically ahead of time, you're probably misleading yourself. Could you properly distinguish hope from faith? Is one more appropriately applied to one's relationship with one's destiny than the other? I don't think that. Hope is inappropriate in trying to manifest matters of faith. So in other words, it's inappropriate for me to hope that things are going to happen the way I want them to happen if I'm going to try to manifest my destiny. I've got to make it happen. I can't just hope it happens. The faith lies in not having to revisit the original concept of whether or not this thing is my destiny. In other words, destiny in that instance tells me what my single best path, destination, directionality is, but not whether I'm going to walk it or whether it's going to turn out well, you know? So, I mean, I honestly, I think that, you know, anyone who votes for Biden is letting their hatred of Trump get the better of them. Because it doesn't matter how much you hate Trump, you don't want to elect somebody who has dementia as president. And Biden clearly has dementia. So, I mean, to me, faith works in a couple of different ways. It's a behavior of prayer that allows me to liberate myself from fear and guilt about certain things. You know, fear, guilt, uncertainty. But the second thing it does is it gives me a stout foundation on which to determine a path, to say that there is a path, that to eliminate certain other possible paths as being preferable, to meaningfully frame everything I do. It's like if you can't ultimately link back to upholding a prime value of some sort with your behavior, then you're not going to you're not going to be able to have real clarity. No, it wouldn't be appropriate. I don't think. I mean, I just don't think that I don't view prayer like that. I don't think prayer would be appropriate in that fashion. I pray for things within the scope of my relationship with God. You know, I pray for forgiveness for my shortcomings. You know, for help in some sense in recognizing their limit, the ways in which they limit me, my failures, my sins, or whatever, and I express gratitude for how easy I got it in life, I guess, or just for everything that's good, and that's about it, really. God has an outsized utility in my metaphysics given the amount of attention I directly give him. A little bit of prayer goes a long way. You know, it's like it allows me to do make all sorts of arguments and move forward in life with confidence that I otherwise wouldn't be able to have because I wouldn't have the language for it. I wouldn't have the explanation as to why I don't need the language for it. I would have to address more basic questions that continue to be unaddressed, you know? Well, I plan to bring back, I will make being patriotic cool again. I consider myself a real patriot. And I think I have a clear understanding of what that means. You know, it's like, this is a citizen democracy, and we need a citizen statesman to lead the country. The reason I'm taking on the job of the presidency specifically is because of that patriotism. It is not because I want the power. To be perfectly honest, it took me a while to tell myself, to realize and accept the fact that this was my duty. Not something I'd want to take on necessarily. As it is, I'm not planning on serving more than one term, primarily because I don't want it to take up 8 years of my life. So the thing is, I take on this duty because I've come to accept that I am the only one who can do it, that I'm the one who's supposed to do it, that I'm the most qualified person in the country to be president, that I'm the only one who can genuinely bridge the gaps between different people, that I'm the only one who genuinely understands why people express so strongly such contradictory positions and have such incompatible ways of justifying things, etc. So it's like I'm the only one who's successfully parsed out that people think and interact with these ideas via these 8 different frames. So in other words, I've converted cognitive functions into different frames of argumentation that you see, or in other words, vectors of argumentation. There are essentially 8 vectors of argumentation people can use, which is to say, what value are you fundamentally upholding? It's either consistency, which is the most common one in argumentation, it's TI, utility, the other common one in argumentation. Those are the 2 primary T validation things. But you could also validate according to singularity. We have to do this now as a tipping point, blah, 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 blah. That's the COVID thing. NI. What is COVID representative of? The primacy of an NI frame. That this singular thing is so much more important than everything else, that everything else must go sacrificed in favor of it. And it was also an appeal to NE. And this is a novel virus. That's why we have to do this, because it's new. And its newness makes it extra threatening. So those are vectors of argumentation, right? Other times people appeal to, I was appealing to SI. We know from previous experience how we act with when things like this occur. We don't do this crazy nonsense. Yeah, but this is new. NE won the fight. Yeah, but this is singularly important. NI won the fight. There are frames of reference these are frames of reference that underlie everybody's argumentation all the time. SE. We just need to do something right now. Doesn't matter what we're doing. Right? That's an explanation as well. An argumentation vector as well. FI. Put yourself in their shoes. They're people just like us. Blah, 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 blah. These are actually the way people justify things. So we've got every other candidate in the country, potential candidate in the country, who's embodying one of these frames without understanding that that's what they're doing, and without having the knowledge or capacity to successfully, therefore, move forward in the position, because they don't fundamentally understand how people and why people argue and think the way they do. How can you possibly be correct when you don't even understand why and how you're biased? I mean, Blue Nowhere, it is true in general that higher voter turnout in America tends to correlate with a higher amount of votes for Democrats, but you're talking about thin correlation here. The reality is, when they successfully push get out the vote things, it often doesn't turn out the way the Democrats want. There's a lot more of a groundswell of movement towards the Republicans in this country than is evident via the media. The media is mostly controlled by the coasts. And if you're talking about New York and Los Angeles, well, and San Francisco, well, sure, yeah, they represent this kind of postmodern, identity-focused worldview. But that doesn't mean that the majority of people in the country are like that, or feel that way, or think that way. And huge amounts of people absolutely resent the smug insistence that everybody abide by this frame of reference. So it's a mistake to assume that more votes mean more Democrats. And remember also, if you favor the Democrats and think that they should win the election, hold them accountable. Why don't they field a decent candidate? Field somebody that people can vote for. Hillary Clinton? People can't vote for her. Fucking Joe Biden? Dementia patient? People can't vote for him. Kamala Harris? People would never vote for her if she were running by herself. Fucking Bernie Sanders? No sane person can vote for him. Feels a reasonable candidate. Otherwise, you're leaving the American people no choice but to vote for Trump again. At least he's an evil we already know. We already know that he doesn't give a fuck about the institution of government. He doesn't give a fuck about the presidency. He demeans the office of the presidency with every breath he takes. But we already know that, fortunately. We know the kind of damage he's going to do, and we're prepared to wait it out. I'm not sure anybody's prepared for the kind of damage a dementia patient and Kamala Harris combined are going to do. What do you get when you add one dementia patient to one Kamala Harris? The worst administration in history. Well, what I'm saying is, in this instance, I'm appealing to SI against NE. I'm saying, we know Joe Biden is not competent. Now that's a simple fact. And which means that what we're going to get with a Biden presidency is maybe a Kamala Harris presidency. We don't know. But what I do know is that I'd rather have somebody who doesn't have dementia making bad decisions that are predictable than someone who does have dementia making potentially unpredictably incredibly bad decisions, right? So because they have dementia, that's assuming Harris is actually governing. What happens if Biden has a sort of dementia stubborn moment and it says he's president and he's running shit, This is what I'm talking about in this instance, a known bad that we can predict the scope and sequence of Trump's kinds of bad behaviors. In this instance is preferable to the unknowable bad of a dementia patient. Harris concerns me a great deal, but remember, that's not who we're voting for. So if you vote for Biden, you're getting a dementia president. And that's even less predictable than Trump. And it could be anything, It's like, we can't in good conscience elect somebody who has dementia. And arguing that, we're really electing Kamala Harris, sorry, that's not going to fly. Then she should be running for president. Again, but then she should run for president, right? If this is her way to become president, then I'm not going to be party to that deception. If she really thinks that she deserves to be president, and the American people think she deserves to be president, then she should run for president. Okay, did she get elected? If she didn't get elected as president, that means she's not supposed to be president. If she's trying to get backdoor her way in, fuck that noise. I'm not going to facilitate that. She needs to be subject to the same scrutiny that every other presidential candidate is. So you got two choices. You either say, Biden's president, in which case I'm going to subject him to scrutiny, and he does not pass scrutiny. Or you're going to say Kamala's qualified, in which case she should run for president. I'm not going to vote for her in this election because she's not on the ballot. Right? So, arguing that she'll really be president, that's not going to convince me to vote for Biden. In this election, I'm going to write my own name in. I suggest you write... Oh, you're not American. If you were, I'd suggest you write my name in as well. What's Despacito? I don't know what that is. I'll pander to the Mexicans too. Hey Mexicans, you should vote for me. I'm Mexican too. Viva la raza. Just remember this, Latino voters. Hay demasiado chupacabras en este pueblo. Viva la Mexico! That's how you win the presidency. by appealing to Latino voters by talking about chupacabras in Spanish. Hola, boteros mexicanos. Yo soy Eric. I speak a little bit of Spanish. Hablo un pico de español. Y como los burritos a la taco truck. See, many times have I eaten at the taco trucks nearby. Always are they owned and staffed by Mexicans. And let me tell you, we get along great. I pay them money, they give me my food. But I know that you Mexicans are more than just burrito making taco truck people. You do all kinds of jobs around Los Angeles that are not necessarily that fun. Gardeners and stuff like that, you know. So I have a lot of respect for you Mexicans because by and large you're very hardworking people, pleasant, a lot of effie, very friendly. I appreciate your attitude towards drunkenness and siestas and stuff. You know, it's cool. I share that general attitude, although I don't drink myself anymore. I appreciate your mañana-ness. It's cool, you know. My daughter's a quarter Mexican. My ex-wife was Mexican, and my ex-ex-wife was half Mexican. Now I got a white girl and we're fine. So maybe it just tells you something about Mexican ladies. Anyway, I joke, I kid, I jest, Mexicans. I'm opposed to the wall. It seems silly. We don't need that. Well, I mean, you know, it's weird. It's like, it's actually not such a terrible idea that we control our borders, but we don't need to do it in such a divisive way. I don't think so. I have no problem with immigrants or immigration in general. I do think we ought to successfully implement our immigration laws, whatever they are. And yeah, Mexicans have great food. They got a great culture. Their music is fine, but it maybe the thing that makes it the best thing imaginable is this. Like that. Is that what Chris was doing? Can I make a video on why Eminem isn't any polar? You really want to start a shitstorm, don't you? I had mariachi band play at my first wedding. My first marriage to my half Mexican wife. We had a mariachi band. How much more Mexico friendly can I be? When somebody asks me what's my favorite kind of hat, the answer is sombrero. When somebody asks me what's my favorite kind of riding animal, the answer is burro. How much more Mexican can I be? None more Mexican. That's how much more Mexican. I can speak enough to ask how much for one night. Iguanas everywhere. It's like, Jesus Christ, what am I going to do with all these iguanas? What do I look like, an iguana collector? Yeah, I'm an iguana whisperer. So, I'm going to play a song on the guitar. I'm going to specifically play Gerald. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater ducks. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought that there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his vision riled up, and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind's back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. Oh, how all of the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped a dime in the underview. Too much to rebut. Now how, now, and what? Too much time spent picking the skew with you. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. So, the reason I wanted to play that song right there is it's pretty indicative of something kind of, I guess, important, which is there are some things about music that we can be certainly objective about. So, it may be the case that Blue Nowhere doesn't like my music at all, but it's pretty difficult to say that what I just played on the guitar does not qualify as a well-written and executed song, even if you don't like it. So the reason for that is because those issues about like songwriting and playing execution are a lot more objective than, say, an overall recorded track, which has a lot of elements in it which can be very appealing but maybe not so timeless. For example, as I said earlier in this live stream, Beck's Odelay and Beastie Boys' Ill Communication, or I don't know, Paul's Boutique or something like that, they really popped a lot when they came out, but they don't really have lasting playability. It's like I can't listen to it over and over again because it's too NE and not NI enough. Certainly my music may be guilty of that a lot. It's too NE and not NI enough. But when I'm doing my best work, I have songs that are really well written and stand on their own. I don't need to have a lot of anything else going on for people to get what I'm doing. Now, Blue Nowhere maybe doesn't like it because it's not his type of genre, but he requested Master of Puppets. So it doesn't bother me that he doesn't like my songs, because I don't think that Master of Puppets is indicative of a good standard to aspire to. Maddie B Raps is a fantastic music artist on YouTube. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So, and of course, the thing is, let's talk about lyrics for a second. What's interesting is I don't tend to listen to lyrics when I'm listening to music, and perhaps that's why it's taken me a while to get accustomed to caring about lyrics. A lot of times, there's been many occasions where I'll play some sort of song for Rachel and be like, I'm really feeling a song right now. And she'll say, like, are you trying to tell me something? Because of the lyrics. And I'm like, what do the lyrics say? I'm not listening to the lyrics, really. Even if I'm singing along with it, I'm not really listening to the lyrics. It's like, I was trying to explain why Walk On By was such a great song. It's a Cake song. It's a particularly great Cake song. And the only way I can explain it is with like hand gestures why it's so great. It's because of the way it soars, you know, walk on by, na-na-na-na-na-na. Walk on by, na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Tonight I will walk on by. And then the fucking great transition. Ma-da, ma-na-na-na-na. Forget you, no. I won't, you won't forget me, no. You won't, no. Walk on by. That's a great circle, right? It's a beautiful, great circle. And the way it starts here, like, and then it soars up to here, and then it soars up to here, and then it swoops you back down to another sort of like, and then it brings you all right back down to the beginning again. So, of course, Rachel, it was, at some point thinking about the lyrics to it. Like, it's kind of a song, I guess, about getting over somebody in the past, that you've had in a relationship in the past. And she's like, are you trying to tell me you're thinking about somebody from your past or something? Like, what are you talking about? I'm explaining entirely why the song is good because of what it's doing melodically and rhythmically, and not at all because of what it's doing lyrically. Although I acknowledge when I do pay attention to lyrics, I can tell whether they're good or not. That song does have good lyrics, but that's not what makes it great. So Blue Nowhere says the thing that everybody who doesn't really get NI will tend to say. I don't understand how someone can sit through an opera and think it's brilliant. But on the same token, they probably don't understand how I can sit through, say, a rock concert. Well, the fact is, if the opera is in fact brilliant, then it's perfectly reasonable to understand why they would sit through it. If it's not, then it's perfectly reasonable to be like, why are you sitting and watching that? There might be an opera that is adequately brilliant to get me to sit through it, but I haven't heard it yet, and I don't think I will. Similarly, a rock concert, it depends on the band, If it's a good rock band, then they're going to do a good concert, and I might be interested in seeing it. But even then, I'm unlikely to want to sit through a whole rock band concert because there are very few bands who are consistently good enough to justify a whole concert. Almost very, very few bands have that many good songs. There are some. I would see They Might Be Giants, for example, has a lot of good songs. Do I know how to play anything by Metallica? No, I've never attempted to play anything by Metallica because, of course, by and large, they don't have good songs. So there's no reason to try to play them, You can tell somewhat whether somebody has a good song by trying to play it on the guitar. Does it play well as a song on the guitar? If it doesn't, then it's a good indication they're trying to get by on style and not on substance. Metallica certainly is an example of that. They don't really have any good songs. Enter Sandman is memorable. I mean, I think that's a song that will stand the test of time. People will still know it a long time from now. But, right. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could say it's a good song that I don't like, Enter Sandman, I guess. But, I mean, it is true that there's going to be plenty of people who don't have a clear... Look, if I am very bad at distinguishing between smells very precisely, let's say, I might pick a kind of cheese that is not very good, but like it a lot, based on the fact that it doesn't smell like anything or whatever. And whereas if I smell really sensitively and I'm basing my smell, I might pick a kind of cheese that's the best kind of cheese. Now, if I don't smell very well and I don't taste very well, I'm never really going to know that this kind of cheese I'm eating isn't very good. And that's okay. Not everybody needs to have good aesthetic vision. But that doesn't change the fact that some people do have better aesthetic vision and that they are correct and the other people are incorrect. It can't be proved, but it's nevertheless the case. Who have I seen in concert? I've seen a lot of people in concert, but actually, I would say I've seen a lot of people in concert, but I guess probably compared to some people, not that many. I have seen They Might Be Giants live. I saw Beck live. I saw Ice-T. I've seen Ice-T live. I saw the Pixies live a couple of different times. I saw them back in the day, and then I saw them more recently. I saw Fugazi live. That's kind of an accomplishment. I don't know. I've been to a fair number of shows. I don't like them though. That's the thing. I don't like going to shows. It requires a lot of being out of the house, and if it's an outdoor venue, you're not necessarily comfortable. It could be too sunny. It could be too hot. Yeah. Like, and there are some songs that have lyrics I don't like or agree with, but that I still think are great songs. And sometimes if I'm compelled to know things about the songs I don't want to know, it'll be upsetting to me. For example, I like the song Down with OPP, but I don't like the message of it at all. But it's okay, I can listen to it anyway and just still sing along with it, even though I disapprove of the message. Another song, though, that I'm having more trouble coping with is this song called, I think it's Using You for Pleasure or something. There's, yeah, you know me. I'm down with OPP. I like the way the raps in that song, and they do the same thing like every time, the same kind of rhythm to it. It's cool. You've seen TMBG and Beck too. That's cool. But yeah, this thing called Mars Argo or something like that. This band, this song that I like. It's a really well written song. I'll put a link to it up here. Just a very, very well written song. Yeah, Using You, Mars Argo, it's called. Let me get the link. Okay. So, this song there, I think it's a really great song. I really like the way it's put together. It's just a brilliantly written song. But then I heard that I guess that guy was like, he was very abusive, and that they were in a very abusive relationship where she was being subjected to a lot of abuse. And it makes the song, it kind of messes up the song for me, even though it's such a great song. How would I type Lil Wayne? I don't know anything about Lil Wayne. Is he a lot like Big Wayne? ENFP. Bernie Sanders has got to be an ENFP. Passionately believing in shit that makes no sense. It's textbook ENFP move. You think Bernie's an INFP? I guess that's possible, but he seems to have a lot too much. Well, I mean, INFPs can do shit too, I guess. I don't know. I could believe INFP. That would explain why he's so weak. That's the thing. It's like ENFPs, I wouldn't expect him to be as weak as he is, I guess. So, because like he lets himself get pushed around a lot, and in that regard, I would say INFP makes sense more than ENFP. I don't know who Douglas Murphy is. That is crazy. His INTJ is ridiculous. I've also seen Justin Timberlake in concert, interestingly, in Vegas. It was a good show. He put on a good show. He had a lot of stage presence. He's like the Censors version of Beck in that regard. Really good at beatboxing, interestingly. Justin Timberlake is a very good beatboxer. He can bust some jams with just a mic and that kind of stuff, I agree Bernie Sanders is genuine, but it goes to show you how far genuine gets you. I mean, the thing is, Trump's genuine. There's nothing disingenuous about Trump. He's being exactly how and who he is, Oh, no. Blue Nowhere, that's ridiculous. No. He's not principled or consistent in his beliefs in the sense that his beliefs are fundamentally unprincipled beliefs. So you can't call him principled. He's passionate about his position and attached to it. That's not a good thing. That's the opposite of principled. That's dogmatic, married, ideological. Principled is non-ideological. No, I think he's terribly unprincipled, of course. Look what he's advocating for. Free college for everybody. Talk about unprincipled. There's nothing less principled than promising to spend a bunch of other people's money on third-party things without any sense of accountability at all to the people who you're taking the money from. Like, you couldn't get less principled than that. It's like passion and principle do not necessarily go together, right? That means he's passionate and consistent in his passion. So, that's true of every totalizing dogma, though. Like, typically Islamic fundamentalist extremists don't moderate over the course of their life. They stick to their guns and they get more and more entrenched. It's the identity destroying nature of dogma and ideology, It turns everything in the world into this totalized, everything gets filtered through this single frame of reference, and it's just awful, You get people whose lives are destroyed, like Bernie Sanders. Why was his life destroyed? Because he got married to an ideology rather than to the concept of being correct. The processes, it's an ends-based modality instead of a means-based one. You're always going to fail because life's about means, not ends. Well, I also think Kim Jong-un is unprincipled, okay? It is true that Kim Jong-un has maintained the same ideology throughout his entire life. He's been consistent about it and passionate about it. Everybody is his slave, and that's it. There's no wishy-washiness about it. Now, you could say, I think he's unprincipled because I disagree with his ideology. No, I think he's unprincipled because he's consumed by an ideology. Do you see what I'm saying, Blue Nowhere? That being consistent in your passion is not the same thing as being principled. Because principle requires you to apply a meaningful process consistently, not to hold on to the same ideology consistently. That's how you turn out to be consistently, persistently, and damagingly wrong. And there's nothing principled about that. I don't want to wait for my life to be over before I can remember. Who, Bernie? Well, I mean, I already indicated one thing, specifically this subsidized college for everybody thing. It's an insane idea, right? To the extent that a college degree actually does correlate with a higher income, it's because there's something to compare it against, namely people without a college degree, and it's because it's comparatively rare, and that's why it has additional value. If everybody has it, then it's not worth anything. It's not like people learn anything of value in college, usually. Okay, right, Blue Nowhere. So we can look at, so Blue Nowhere talks about more socialized policies leading to less wealth inequality. So one of the countries that has the best income/wealth equality, according to the Gini index, the GINI index, which is how they measure that, is Uruguay. Now, the thing is, Uruguay maximally attains equality on wealth and income, but their per capita is $17,000 a year. Now, in the United States, we minimally attain equality of income, but the per capita is $61,000 a year. So the thing is, what you talk about as being a problem in America, namely that some people make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and some people only make $17,000 a year, well, you can solve that by going to Uruguay, where everyone makes only $17,000 a year. Is that better? No. No, it's not. So it's true that more socialized policies make the rich poorer. It is not true that they make the poor richer. And that's just reality. It's like, we might want the government to fix this equality issue. But before we even have a position about that, we must first understand what wealth is, where it comes from, and why some people are more wealthy than others. And second, we must understand what kind of policies actually have what kind of impacts. Simply doing something to try to mitigate the equality gap is always doomed to fail if you don't understand first. So what happens when we try to mitigate this? What happens when we have a war on poverty? Well, we provide in-kind benefits. And what do those in-kind benefits do? They incentivize poverty. The Scandinavian countries, in general, have successfully implemented a sort of socialistic policy. Note that they did that successfully because they didn't need to. In other words, there wasn't poverty they were trying to mitigate. They were trying to socialize a lot of things. In other words, make a lot of things communitarian. In Norway, they also have extraordinarily strict immigration policies. So what you have in Norway is a homogenous population of people who share values, share certain work ethics and certain values associated with that, and that as a consequence can reliably expect a small percentage of the population to require a certain amount of these services, and it's sustainable. It's like, despite that, you still have a wealthy population by and large. Okay? So I'm not saying that it can never work. I'm saying that's not how we understand things. Okay? Like, you don't point to Sweden, Norway, and Denmark and say they have more socialist policies than we do, and it works there, therefore we should do it, right? You have to understand first, what is wealth? Where does it come from? Why are some people so much more wealthy than others? What are the consequences of taxation and spending? In which instances does it work, and which instances does it not work, and why? So if you want to actually meaningfully redistribute wealth, okay, well, listen, Fiag, yeah, you tell me, which Scandinavian country has the strictest immigration policy? Okay, don't compare yourself against nothing. Compare yourself against comparables. Which Scandinavian country has the strictest immigration policy? It's either you or Finland. So look, nobody's disputing that the Scandinavian countries in general seem to kill it. And they manage to kill it with a lot of different things that don't really work. Oh, you think Iceland has the strictest? Okay, if you want to consider Iceland a Scandinavian country, fine. Iceland's got stricter immigration policies. But, I mean, definitely Norway has much stricter immigration policies than Sweden or Denmark. And much stricter immigration policies than a lot of Europe. And the thing is, when you have a homogenous population of people all raised and, manifesting themselves under the same set of values, you can be more communitarian in a safe fashion, because you can reliably assume your communitarian efforts are going to more generally reflect the population's worldview. The thing is, it's not enough. It's not enough to say that this is going to improve the outcomes. It also has to resonate as acceptable to a large amount of the people, a vast majority of the people. If you're doing stuff that resonates as unacceptable to a vast majority of your population, or even a substantial minority of your population, you're going to have problems. And the fact is, in America, we're an individualist country, by and large, and there's this huge clash right now between communitarian and individualist values. The individualists, by and large, are right about the particulars. The communitarians are right, by and large, about the universals, in the sense that it is true that a society that is more inclusive, that treats everybody, that doesn't do groupism and stuff, is better. It is true that a world in which more people are empowered to realize their own lives, to maximally so, is better. It's true that a world in which everybody has access to cheap healthcare is better, or something like that. All those things are true in the universal. But the same people who are right about the universals are consistently wrong about the particulars. They keep trying to force an idealized worldview onto the world without understanding the process mechanisms. That you have to be principled about your processes, or your desired ideal world will just turn out to be another stinking shithole. Go ahead and blame the destruction of your culture on immigrants, if you want to. I don't care. It's like, I don't think, it's one of the nice things about being an American. Our culture is not under any threat from any immigrants, because it comprises an assemblage of immigrant notions in the first place. All of America is comprised of immigrants and their various ways. The point is, the only way that such a melting pot, quote unquote, can be sustained is if you have the right kind of leadership and the right kind of cultural wide paradigm, which is to say, individual accountability, the right sort of leftist universal goods, but the correct pragmatics in terms of implementing it, and an understanding of the basic issues. What wealth is, where it comes from, what government is, why it works the way it does, what's legitimate, what's illegitimate, and what kind of things we can nix because they are inadequate forms of argumentation right out the gate. So if somebody starts arguing that the ends justify the means, that should be shot down immediately by simply pointing that out. Yeah, I mean, I understand that, Fioko Kiuk. The thing is, I don't necessarily value cultural homogeny, so it doesn't seem like a big problem to me that your Scandinavian cultures are threatened, except it does make me think they seem like they'd be less desirable places to visit now. Like, I like the quaint, like, oh, look, these quaint people are all different and the same with each other, but different from me. How quaint, how fun, you know. Ooh, look at the little windmills and shit, you know. I mean, I like quaintness. I don't think no, of course not, Blue Nowhere. I am not saying that Bernie Sanders or his supporters are ill-intentioned, right? That's not the way that disaster occurs. Disaster almost never occurs because some cabal of evil people is implementing some evil policy. It almost always occurs because well-intentioned people who aren't thinking correctly get their way, you know? So it's like, if we evaluate people as to whether they're honest, earnest, whether they're sincere and genuine people like that, then as a consequence, we are guaranteed to perpetuate this totally bad approach, which is that earnestness and intentions and good wishes are adequate to determine that somebody's going to be a good leader. You know, it's like, what's much more important is both a consistency with the good, which should be, you know, what the good is and that it should be upheld, but more importantly, an understanding of the pragmatics as well. Where and when one needs to do what in order to attain what kind of goals. And the strength of character to resist a whole population of people who don't understand this, who think that if they can articulate what a preferable world would look like, that it's our obligation to attain that in some fashion, or do something to attain that. Until we can get rid of that fundamental wrong notion, we'll always be stumble fucking our way into bad ideas. Is my goal to attain the presidency or deserve the presidency? I already deserve the presidency. My goal is to attain it. You know, that's the thing, Blue Nowhere, and that's the most important thing to remember, is everybody who's wrong can correctly say, hey, I don't want bad outcomes, I want good outcomes. So we cannot allow their honest, earnest passion to be determinant of anything. Everybody who wants to lead us to a path of absolute destruction wants good things. They're sure of it. We don't really have any supervillains out there who are malevolently pushing for bad ideas intentionally. The reason people support Bernie Sanders is not because they want a communist North Korea. It's because they're wrong. They just don't get it. It's the same reason why you like Metallica, you know? It's not because you want to like bad bands and bad music. It's you just aren't equipped to be right about it. It's not your fault, but it just means that we wouldn't want you to be the DJ, right? So it's like, I'm sure you're correct about certain other things in life, and that's where you should have your sort of be in charge of those things. We know that we don't want you to be DJ, we don't want you to be president because you're wrong about those kind of things. But about other things, you might be totally right, you know? Yeah, most people are good people, or at least want to be good people. It's not like the COVID thing happened because people malevolently wanted this bad shit to go down. It's because they weren't thinking about it properly. Well, that's true. That's true. Now, let's assume then, I should say, assuming you have a control group audience randomly selected, you wouldn't want to choose you as a DJ because randomly selected, a control group audience is going to generally like what's good more. You know, it's like in that regard, the crowd tends to be better, if you get a random sampling of the population, a better judge than the individual. Although not in every instance. I mean, you're assuming a lot of stuff about people when you say that, Blue Nowhere. I mean, well, we can look at a wedding, for example. What songs what's a good wedding DJ play? Doesn't play a lot of Metallica. You know, plays stuff from various eras. You know, plays good hip hop, good rock, good song, you know, hits, things people can dance to, things people like. Timeless shit. From all different eras, all different genres. As long as it's good enough, they'll play it, right? But if it's not good enough, they won't play it. So there's a good example. A wedding. Can I make a cognitive function song? I mean, it's like there's a lot of things I could do that would be popular that I don't seem to want to do. I don't know what's wrong with me in that regard. That's a good question. Yeah, what would I have to do if I wanted to get real public traction, Cloud? Give me some advice. I mean, by and large, I don't think it's naive to believe that. Look, people with power and influence are people, like anybody else, right? So, it's like, I've transitioned from complete obscurity to almost complete obscurity, you know, which is a real transition. And I can tell you in no uncertain terms, it's made me a better person, not a worse person. It's made me more accountable, not less accountable. So, it's not the case that gaining influence results in malevolence in some way or correlates with it at all. And it's not just me. It's true for anybody. Like, just because you are successful, there's no reason to think that you're any less a human being than people who are less successful. Which means you don't want to perceive yourself as evil and wicked and on the side of the bad guys, right? Almost nobody does. There are some sociopaths out there who don't care or whatever, but okay, well, I know that there's awful stuff that happens in the world: human trafficking, organ trafficking, child trafficking, and I don't doubt that people who are involved in that are involved in that because, in some part, because it's financially lucrative to them. And if you become wealthy enough, I suppose, then you qualify as an elite. But why in the world would being an elite, quote unquote, correlate any more strongly with being involved in that than not? I mean, most of the people involved in any kind of system like that are going to be grunt level people, right? Any kind of organized crime thing. So, Cloud, I found your answer really not very helpful. I would need to not be garbage. Really not a very helpful response, I gotta say. It's like, gosh, Cloud, you come in here and you insist you know everything, but every time we ask you a question to ask you for some advice, you have nothing to say. Well, I'm sure somebody rich is finding them, but that doesn't mean, just because evil organizations exist that do evil things and that are profitable, like drug cartels and shit, it doesn't mean that we can conclude that profit correlates with, or wealth correlates with evil. It's silly. You're just You're working the opposite direction. You need to use NI more. What you're saying is not logical. It doesn't make sense. So, I mean, people come from all walks of life into positions of high profile in one way or another. And the notion that that everybody who's high profile is closer to, in some regard, evil than those who are low profile is just ridiculous. It's not sustained by any kind of reasonable thinking. What do you mean corruption correlates with wealth? Corrupted how? How does wealth corrupt somebody? In what way does it create corruption? All you have to do is know profit correlates with evil. Look at tobacco, alcohol companies. Why is that evil? No, you're just being paternalistic. Other people, you don't need to decide for them what's good for them, Blue Nowhere. Okay? Other people can decide for themselves. You can decide for yourself. Now, here's the thing. I am a recovering alcoholic. I used to have an alcohol problem. But I'm not insane. So I don't blame the alcohol companies. Right? I like to smoke cigarettes. You think that the cigarette companies who sell me the product I want to buy are evil. You are denying me my own agency, and you are denying the legitimacy of everybody else around you, their own agency. You need to respect the fact that other people are people too, just like you. Just like you don't want them imposing their ways on you, they don't want you imposing your stupid ways on them. I mean, you're an awful human being if you think that. It's like, God damn it. Wake up. You're not God. Get over yourself. Alcohol and tobacco companies are evil. I mean, fuck off. Providing goods that people want to buy is not evil. Think. Use your fucking brain. God damn it. Jesus Christ. It doesn't cause suffering. Okay? People suffer over all kinds of shit. People have problems with all kinds of shit. Granted, some stuff is way more addictive than other stuff. I'm not denying that. But just because some people can't handle meow doesn't mean we deny everybody the access to it. Or think that providing that is evil. You have to be sensible. You have to respect other people. Don't just respect your own wisdom. Wisdom means acknowledging that other people are wise too. That they can make their own decisions about their own lives. Paternalism is one of the most appalling and offensive manifestations of democratic habits. Namely, once a democracy sets in and people realize that they participate in the making of laws, all of a sudden they feel this paternalistic need to tell other people what to do, to be nanny. No, Blue Nowhere isn't talking about stuff that applies to Blue Nowhere. Blue Nowhere is not saying they need to ban meow because I can't handle meow. He's saying they need to ban meow because other people can't handle meow. Well, I mean, that's why you don't ever belong in any kind of public policy leadership position. Because you don't think properly. It's like that kind of shit pisses me off. Okay, no, you're saying that providing me the means to do so, to smoke or drink alcohol, is evil. Right? You're saying that. Yes or no? So that the good would be upheld if I were not able to. If, in fact, these companies were shut down and I was unable to drink or smoke, that would be a better upholding of the good than the status quo. That's what's implicit in what you're saying. And you're wrong, of course. It's like, if you begin thinking from that frame of reference, you will always be wrong. I didn't say you said all rich people were evil. You said being elite correlates with evil, basically. I never hear you talking about the non-elites being guilty of these things, right? You don't spend your time going about, there are all these poor to middle class people who are engaging and assisting these evil projects. We should hold them accountable, right? Even though in reality there's probably a much larger percentage of non-elites who participate in these things than any elites do. Well, you said that. Well, what did you say? Okay, let me see what you said. I may have misquoted you there. You said human trafficking, organ trafficking, child trafficking, elites are in this. My point is that lots of people are in this, right? No, Blue Nowhere. It is not true that cigarette profits come from people with problems. What are you talking about? Do you think I have a problem? What's my problem? My problem is I keep encountering really offensively wrong kind of thinking of the sort that you're displaying right now. That's my only real problem that I can tell. I don't see cigarette smoking as a problem for me. You see it as a problem for me because you're a paternalist and you think you want to be my daddy. I don't want you to be my daddy, Blue Nowhere. Thank you. I'll take care of myself. That's not a problem. I'm a smoker. It's a problem to you. Not a problem to me. Have I ever complained about smoking? Gosh, I wish I could quit smoking. Have you ever heard me say that? Did I lose something? No. I'm just I just sort of woke up with a thought that one of the biggest troubles in the world is people can't take a loss. You know, that when I have spite monkeys or hate monkeys, it seems to correlate with the fact that they can't accept that they have lost a battle and they want to keep extending it forever. But I think it's really important to periodically say to yourself, I lost that battle, and here's what I'm going to learn from that loss. Living with losing things. You know, like, I lose all kinds of battles. I lose all the time. I lose more than I win. Every time I put up a video and it doesn't do anything, I lose, you know, which is the vast majority of videos I do. I'm a joker, smoker, midnight toker as well. I really love your peaches. Can I shake your tree? And you know, I want to throw out a possibility here. It may be possible that Steve Miller didn't really mean that lyric literally, that it was a euphemism for some sort of sexual intercourse. I'm thinking that might be possible. I like you, Winston's mom. That's another thing I was thinking last night. Winston's mom is a hero. Winston's mom is kind of like my hero. She came in here and right away she brought, I guess I would say I think Winston's mom displays the highest level of FI incarnation. She keeps me in check. In other words, I don't want this place to be mean or unwelcoming or whatever else, you know? And so but I'm prone to going there a bit. And she is much more compassionate than I am. When people come in full of youthful wrongness, she reminds me they're young, you know? She's sort of like channel mom, you know? As a Drake coach, I used to have team moms when I worked at a regular school, and they were always my heroes back then too. It's like they allowed me to be less nurturing. Like when I used to go to when I was with Candace and we would go with the Rebate team, she'd be my team mom, and the kids would be sad and they'd go to her and she'd hug them and stuff like that, you know. So it's like there, I can delegate all the emotions. Well, Mrs. Mom's kind of like that, but she really does keep me in check because she reminds me of the the higher good. You know, it's like being right is all well and good, and arguing with people, and scolding Blue Nowhere for being unprincipled in his leftist passions and such. But at the end of the day, I want people to leave this live stream feeling good about the experience and themselves by and large, and it doesn't facilitate that end when I spend so much time busting chiz-offs, biz-usting chiz-offs, as you might say. Yeah, well, I also feel as though Winston's mom has a lot of experience around YouTube and the internet, and that I feel as though this environment is validated by her presence. That it's not easy to get Winston's mom participating in your community and returning regularly and being a regular part of it is not an easy thing to attain. That if in fact this setting had some entrenched shortcomings, that in fact I would that would drive her away eventually. You're a centrist. I hate the left-right dichotomy. Well, okay. I mean, I would argue that if you hate the left-right dichotomy, that you kind of ought to hate being a centrist as well. That the problem is not the left or the right or the center, it's any of those prioritized as a good in and of itself, that it's always going to be, you're going to have to make a principled decision that validates on pragmatics as well, and sometimes you might have to sacrifice in a little bit of one of those areas. That the realities of being a president, for example, are more complicated than any singular positioning can allow, that can meet the demands of. Eric, would you attempt to reach out to other YT political commentators? I mean, I'm going to have to start. I was thinking about this also, is that I'm obviously going to have to kick into gear some sort of actions to take to move my campaigning forward once this current election is over. I want to start campaigning fairly much right away, and I'm going to have a clear course of action, what exactly I'm going to do. I actually had a clear course of action that I was trying to implement, and I failed to follow through on it, namely to make regular political videos. I need to continue to do that, and I haven't given up on it, but I sort of set it aside for a while because I got distracted by shit, It is difficult for me to follow through on a plan of action that requires consistency, and that's going to be my Achilles heel if I fail. So I'm going to have to manage that, and I'm aware of it, and one way or the other, I'm just going to have to overcome that shortcoming, I mean, I have been for a while now. I've been indicating I'd like to see people to write my name in on the ballot for 2020, even though I'm not officially running, and it would help me to. Yeah, that's good advice, Anthrax. The thing is, yeah. Well, I don't have any excuses. That's the other thing, is when you're honest with yourself, you don't have any excuses when you're honest with yourself. I do need to make another political video, and I have a lot of other things I need to do. I got a lot of shit on my plate that I'm intermittently good at. Okay, it's 4 hours. I'm going to call it a stream. Thanks for being here, everybody. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.